Gaming news today is all about a reality check, and yes, it is about Marathon, and we have data and analytics from a company that has been accurate in the past. Ordinarily, I would ignore this sort of prediction about sales figures and player platform breakdowns. Well, why? Well, because they can be wrong. They have been inaccurate in the past. But Paul Tassi from Forbes is once again weighing in, and he says these analysts are very close, not close or near, but very close to the reality of what folks from Bungie are telling him about how this game is performing. Now, this data also comes after some more telling changes and feedback from players that are in smaller regions, failing, to basically find matchmaking in a reasonable amount of time. The game falling below a minimum viable player number might be getting dangerously close, and I just checked. We have not done a dedicated Marathon stream or a video upload for 2 weeks. So I don't want to hear it from people that we're talking about it too much. We took a pretty significant break. I did include it in a variety show earlier because of the Cryo Archive. It was like, well, we had to talk about Cryo Archive and the impact that it had. We didn't spend much time talking about it because we were primarily talking about Crimson Desert. I actually had an entire show written up about the PlayStation layoffs and shutting down a studio and the Game Pass price changes and the Nintendo sales forecast, okay? I still may end up using that. We'll see how the week goes, but I felt like this was far more significant because we've been kind of waiting on the numbers. There's been all the speculation and the looking at the Steam charts, and we have some numbers that I would argue are very worrying if you want this game to go the distance and be around for a while, okay? And I, myself, have given ideas about how to fix the game, how to get more people into the game. Even in its current state, I just gave good advice, I think it was good advice, about how to make the onboarding more welcoming because that was a significant problem. We will get into what people are saying about that as well today. Now, if you're watching this later, be sure to hit subscribe. Be sure to hit the like button. That helps me out significantly, especially if you are in the live audience right now. Go crazy on the like button. We're working on a member goal. We're trying to get to 600 paying members. We are at 548, so it continues to go up. Thank you, everybody who has helped with that. Hit join for $5 a month. You get a badge and emotes in the live chat, but you also get into my members-only Discord. We do a segment there every day called The Green Room, all right? So let's get into this. The ongoing discussion about Marathon player numbers now has some data to expand the conversation, and ordinarily I would not pay much attention to this sort of analytical estimate, but Paul Tassi of Forbes has proven very reliable with sources from Bungie, and he says this data and this info is, quote, very close to the real figures. So Reese Elliott, the head of market analyst at Alinea Analytics, took to Twitter to talk about Marathon, and he started off by saying this, quote, Marathon has sold 1.2 million copies across Steam, PS5, and Xbox, according to Alinea Analytics estimates. He went on to say that it hasn't exactly made the splash that Sony and Bungie wanted, even if the game underneath the surface is a masterwork of design. I want to point out, at the beginning and end of his very lengthy tweet, he is clearly a big fan of this game, so he's delivering data that's probably pretty sobering for him as someone who's enjoying the game. He even sort of cheers for it at the end of his tweet. So this is not a hater. I know people keep trying to contort every conversation about the sales numbers into, oh, well, you're just being a hater. This guy is a fan of the game, okay? Now, again, someone's asking in chat, don't they always get numbers wrong? No, they've actually been accurate, and then they've been inaccurate. They're sort of a mixed bag. The only reason I'm covering this is because Paul Tassi chimed in and said these numbers are very close to what he has heard from Bungie. Not only that, Reese Elliott, the person that we're reading from, saying that it didn't make the splash that Sony and Bungie wanted. Paul Tassi doesn't just say that the data is close. We're going to look at the data in a moment, but he also seems to agree with this. In his article, he said, quote, the sales platform split and DAUs are very close to reality over at Bungie, I am told. The problem is this is lower than it should be in general, from launch figures to now, given the context of the game, meaning its development time, costs, and expectations from Sony and Bungie's first new IP in a decade. This is also a reality. So even Paul Tassi, from what he is hearing from the folks at Bungie, he is agreeing that both PlayStation and Bungie are not happy with what they are seeing. This is not what they wanted to see from the game. In other words, this game is performing below expectations from both companies, both Bungie and Sony. Now, Reese Elliott said that one of the conversations they were having with folks at GDC this year was why Marathon was not hitting the same level of success as Arc Raiders. It's been a common question. Bungie has far more history and a lot more pedigree, and it seems very lopsided, almost like a David and Goliath situation. This is what he said, quote, "Players understand the Arc Raiders loop within 30 minutes, while Marathon's UI acts as a massive filter, chewing up newcomers and spitting them out before they can experience the depth of Bungie's signature gunplay and Marathon's awesome gameplay loop." Again, he continues to praise this game and is trying to come to a conclusion as to like, why aren't people vibing with this? I think that's been a huge disconnect. The people that really like it do not understand why everybody else is so negative about the game. I think he's making a very astute observation. It's right in line with my own observations after I played the server slam for 6 hours, and then I played the launch version of the game for about 2 hours. They're basically the exact same game. There was no difference. And I said similar things about this is a very unwelcoming game. The onboarding is very rough, and it's going to be tough for people to get into it. Now, the analytics is predicting a sales breakdown that also looks bleak considering what we've been seeing on the Steam charts. And here's what he says. Looking at the split between Steam, PS5, and Xbox, Steam is clearly the main platform for Marathon, accounting for little under 70% of the audience. 800,000 copies sold is the estimate. That's not tremendous if that's where the bulk of your people are. Like, you didn't even clear 1 million on Steam. I mean, they could eventually get there. He says, meanwhile, PS5 takes about 19% of the sales, 217,000, and Xbox, including console, PC, and cloud, accounts for a bit over 11%, or 133,000 sales. Now, Tassi pointed out, they both pointed this out, but Tassi pointed out that it was notable that the PlayStation 5 doesn't even break 20% for a first-party game, despite being multi-platform. That, again, I think is probably something that Sony is not very thrilled with. They make more money on copies sold on PlayStation. Now, Reese also compared the surge in sales after the server slams. Arc Raiders saw like an 80% jump in sales after their server slam. Marathon only saw about a 49% jump. Now, on the one hand, it's good to see that the server slam for Marathon bumped the sales. On the other hand, the overall turnout was so low for Marathon server slam that 49% represents a much smaller number of sales overall, right? There were way more people checking out Arc Raiders day after day. They didn't have the sharp decline that we saw with Marathon Server Slam. Some people tried to do comparisons and said they were the same. They were vastly different in daily player retention, which meant you were getting significantly more sales. It's a percentage of sales increase, but when less people are playing, it's less sales. Now, it gets even more interesting when you look at the average play times. This is what he says. On Steam, Marathon's average play time has climbed to 27.8 hours, significantly outpacing the console averages on PS5, 16.5 hours, and Xbox, 17.3 hours. Even more telling than the averages, 22% of the Steam audience has surged past 50 hours, and nearly 7% on Steam have logged over 100 hours. So 22% have more than 50 hours, and 7% have more than 100, okay? Add that 22 and that 7% together. That's 29. That's roughly 1/3 of the player base on Steam is really carrying the playtime average with 50 to 100 hours played. I mean, the PlayStation and the Xbox both having around 17 hours. That's less than an hour a day since the game has come out. That is not a very good average for a live service game that's been out for 20 days. With 22% of the people on Steam hitting over 50 hours and like 7% hitting over 100, does this mean a lot of players are also just doing very quick play sessions on Steam? Or are there a steady string of new people just bouncing off the game? Because when you have people with 50 to 100 hours, and that's like 1/3 of your player base, but your player averages are down in the 20 hours, that means a lot of people have very small amounts of playtime averages on Steam, and that's like 70% of the sales. It's hard to know what the breakdown is, but I don't think any of this is that impressive or that encouraging if you have been enjoying the game, which Reese Elliott likes the game. He made 2 suggestions basically that I think are options, and he doesn't think things are looking good. So he's suggesting, number 1, they double down on Marathon long term, like we've seen for games like Rainbow Six Siege or No Man's Sky. The other option is just shift all focus to Destiny 3. I'm kind of like, maybe they could do both, but the problem with that is ROI, return of investment. Return on investment is not necessarily going to be there with the player numbers heading where they are. A small team would likely struggle to make seismic impact on Marathon's numbers. They're not going to be able to make enough significant changes if there's just a handful of people working on the game. Just over the weekend, smaller regions were actually complaining about long matchmaking times. Bungie has already made adjustments to help those smaller regions. That is a bad sign. If just 20 days after launch, you already have smaller regions dealing with player counts that are so low that matchmaking is getting elongated. This could be another early indicator that Bungie will struggle to justify long-term or even heavy investment in the game, especially if PlayStation is agreeing to a publishing deal for Destiny 3, which I believe has likely happened. They may urge Bungie to just shift focus away from Marathon. I don't see them killing Marathon, by the way. I thought Bellular's theory in his recent video was pretty solid, that listen, if it's really going to hurt live service confidence in anything PlayStation does, if the public sees you kill another live service game shortly after it came out. This is not as dire as Highguard or Concord. They have a core player base. But if the player numbers continue to trend where they are, it is concerning that the game won't even be able to run well outside of the bigger regions like the United States. Even then, off-peak hours get very, very low. It's going to be tough to play the game if you can't play when everybody else is playing, and that tends to drive people away from the game. It's a compounding effect. Your buddies aren't playing, you go to play, matchmaking takes forever, you're more likely to not play, and then the player numbers will just continue to decline. Paul Tassi seems to think that the current plan is to not make any significant changes. He said, quote, "There are no plans to scale back or change content plans from here as of now. That may change, but work is underway on future seasons, and the ultimate fate of the game will play out in time." That, again, is not surprising to me. I don't think PlayStation could justify killing another live service game. They have other live service aspirations. Now, it does seem like PlayStation is tightening the reins, canceling live service projects. They shut down a studio that was only open for a year that Blundell was in charge of. He was coming from another project and another studio at Deviation. We don't know what happened in Deviation. We know that 90 people were laid off before the studio shut down, so I don't know if they ran out of cash or did PlayStation cancel that game. If they canceled that game, it'd be really weird to cancel it and then pull Jason Blundell over and start a new studio, but then a year later, they're shutting the studio down. It seems that PlayStation is sort of reining in things and circling the wagons, pulling back from porting their tentpole titles to PC, as well as reining things in with respect to laying people off in mobile departments, getting rid of live service games, or canceling some of those live service games. In the wake of those news stories hitting, I don't think PlayStation wants to also be seen shutting down Marathon. And according to Paul Tassi, plans are going forward. Future seasons are being worked on. Now, that doesn't really matter, though, if the player count gets too low. Just because they're delivering new content doesn't mean you'll be able to enjoy it if the player numbers continue on their current trajectory. You will struggle to have a good time unless you're playing during the most peak hours where there's the most people playing. If you're outside of the United States, you're going to really struggle because that seems to be where the bulk of the players are playing, just according to the Steam charts and time of day trends. Now, I know those enjoying the game are tired of hearing it, but the player numbers matter to a live service game, even a smaller niche game. So much conversation about the player numbers has been hand-waved away and dismissed by people just because you're having a good time. Famously, somebody was enjoying Concord and said, "I don't care about the player numbers, I'm having a good time." If you keep saying that, that's great. I'm not trying to yuck your yum. I'm not trying to make you have a bad time. I've never once argued that it is a bad game. I've argued it is an incredibly narrow and unwelcoming niche game that won't garner enough broad appeal to survive. People typically respond and say, well, a game for everyone is a game for no one. Yes, but a game for no one is a game for no one also. If you don't make a game to appeal to a large enough audience, you will fall below minimum viable player numbers and basic game functions simply won't work. If matchmaking becomes a chore or you get folks in your servers from other regions, well, that leads to poor match integrity. We've all played on a dedicated server where somebody on the server is clearly from all the way across the world, and it hurts the experience. They're skipping around. It's hard to kill them. The integrity goes into the toilet. And with the numbers looking like they are in decline, literally in the wake of the Cryo Archive, that was supposed to be this game's sort of vault of glass moment. It would seem like things are going in the wrong direction. They need to do something. Now, what does that look like? They're already responding to the feedback about Cryo Archive and Ranked happening at the same time. So now Ranked is going to happen during the week. Cryo Archive will happen on the weekend. That's not exactly a comfort to the people who want to play Cryo Archive, and maybe they can't play on the weekends. But there are some options to fill the funnel with players. There's free-to-play weekends. You could do free-to-play in general, offering a PvE mode for at least 2 of the maps, and then make Outpost have the PvP, and then obviously Cryo Archive could have the PvP. Maybe that could open up the funnel and get some people to come in, or just come in and grind and add more players so that matchmaking runs more smoothly, at least on those other maps. The worry there is you start to fragment the player base, and then it's really hard to get matchmaking in other places because everybody would flock to the PvE potentially. Now, seeing the head of analysis at an analytics firm say that, look, this game rocks, and he hopes that they double down on the title, it really makes these stats very sobering. He likes the game. He wants the game to succeed, and he's saying, listen, these numbers aren't good. They're going to need to do something in React. I have advice, and it is twofold. You need to create Spectrum, and you really need to smooth out your onboarding. So create Spectrum and smooth out the onboarding. What do I mean by create Spectrum? One of the reasons Destiny was so successful for so long is it had Spectrum. There were people that lived in the public space. There were people that lived in the Strike playlist. They didn't do any of the hardcore activities, and they loved the game. They were rewarded for their time. Then there were Nightfalls, Grandmaster Nightfalls, dungeons, and raids. There were aspirational pieces of PvE content. Then there was PvP. There was the Crucible. Then there was Trials. There were all these various ways to interact with the game across a spectrum, which made the game likable by very different people. There were guys that lived in the Crucible and Trials, and they were sweaty. I was nothing like them, and I played this game like crazy. I said this the other day. I thought it was one of the best things I'd ever heard anybody say about Destiny 1 back in the day, because it was true of me. Destiny 1 turned casuals into hardcore players. Bungie's lost that vision. The idea that you don't have to make a game just for hardcore players. You can have onboarding. You can have aspects of early game or lower level gameplay that allows casuals to come in, and then maybe they become a hardcore player. I hated raids in Destiny 1. I lived in the public space. I lived in the Strike playlist. Then I ended up being a streamer who ran raids all day, every day. We could run like challenge mode and Wrath of the Machine on hard in like 40 minutes. I went from being somebody who was casual and lived in the public space to being a full-time Destiny streamer running raids every day. If you can't capture that vision of Spectrum, where you have that entrance point and that lower level commitment that could potentially turn somebody into a hardcore player, you are not going to have a broad enough appeal to survive the live service gauntlet. Live service games are incredibly difficult. They're probably the hardest game to launch. Look at the success of single-player games and the money that they can make, and then look at all the struggles that live service games have been having. So that's number one, create Spectrum. Number two, if you don't smooth out the onboarding, you can keep telling people to get good and figure it out and learn and take the punishment and take the licks and just accept a bad experience for the first couple of hours. You can keep saying that and defending that, but that is actually hurting this game significantly. There is no good way to get into this game unless you are willing to have a very bad time for multiple hours. Games are about leisure. It's got to have that dopamine hit. How else do you expect people to come and play? If they don't do these two things in some capacity, you don't have to take every piece of advice that I have, but if you don't add spectrum and you don't smooth out that onboarding, guess what? You have a core group of players and they love the game, but the rest are seemingly drifting from this game. The player trends are not what you want to see for a game to survive. And also, we haven't even talked about the cheating on PC. That's where most of your player base lives. Roughly 70% of your sales are on PC, and we all know that is where the vast majority of cheaters live. I've read reports of one streamer losing some very primo gear that they got from the Cryo Archive. Well, they lost it in a ranked match to a cheater. That is a very quick way to make the decline of this game a death spiral. So that would be a third thing that Bungie's going to have to do in order for this game to survive. You've got to keep cheating to the absolute minimum and implement some type of a gear refund system like Arc Raiders when cheating is detected. From where I sit, this data lines up with everything that I felt from the moment we heard about this game. It's just too narrow to survive long term. The question now is the game on its own borrowed time? Because I don't see Bungie or PlayStation killing it. But with the current estimates and the current trends, they may not have to. But those are just my thoughts. And now I want to hear your thoughts. Chat, good morning, good afternoon, and good evening. This, again, is not something I was going to cover. When I saw that it came from Alinea, that analytics firm, I typically ignore their predictions because sometimes they hit a bullseye and other times they're completely wrong with their predictions. The only reason I ran this is Paul Tassi chimed in and he was like, yeah, these numbers are accurate. This is exactly what I'm hearing from the folks at Bungie. And I'm like, well, then that's a concern because the guy, Reese Elliott, the guy that put the numbers out, he is a fan of the game. And he's like, boys, this is bad. They're going to have to act. They're going to have to do something. And committing to the game long term is great. I applaud those efforts if that's what they decide to do. If they decide to do that, I applaud those efforts. It ain't going to matter if the player numbers keep getting lower. You know what I mean? Did you script this or have you just gotten that good? I have a teleprompter. That was a script that I wrote. Yo, what's good, Rise Jones? How are you? Guys, really quickly as the stream starts, hit that like button. Try and get us to 200 likes. And Han shot first, and so did you. Thank you for the first gifted member of the day, Mr. Joker Quinn. Mr. Joker Quinn is back, and he's doing his typical single gifted, and I love that he does it. Lone, I appreciate you being raid captain back in the day. Would you like to run totems for old time's sake? I got to get unbanned in Destiny 2 if we're going to go back into the game, boys. I've had a blast with Marathon for 90 hours, but I'm kind of reaching an endpoint with it. If they don't have a banger Season 2 release, the player numbers... if they don't have a banger Season 2 release, the player numbers will tank once the wipe happens. That is another difficulty, right? That's another difficulty is there's likely to be player loss as soon as the first wipe happens. Yo, Loch-Ness with 48 months in a VIP. That's a lot of months. Thank you, Loch-Ness. Almost close to my actual age in months. Well, congratulations. And Mr. Wheezy himself, 6 months over there. He secures the next earned member. I now owe 2 members to YouTube and 3 to YouTube. Hey, Lono, it's so funny, says Wheezy, after 26 months in a tier 2 subscription over there. I appreciate you, Wheeze. Funny how we keep getting hand-waved about the Steam charts when it was clear and evident it was probably closer to the majority of the population. Ah, well, you live and you learn. Well, Wheezy, some of us tried to warn folks. It wasn't hate. I don't put out videos telling games how to fix themselves and improve themselves if I don't like the game. I actually thought this game had potential. 100 Bits from Rope says, I said after Arc Raiders hit 12 million sales, if Marathon failed to get 6 million, it was a failure. CM Wright with 54 months and a VIP. Thank you guys so much. Yeah, hit that like button. Get us to 200 likes. I appreciate you guys being here so much. We'll still have to run the stories about like PlayStation closing that studio. I think it's honestly related to the story of Marathon. I think it's related. I don't think they can just shut down Marathon because the public optics right now for PlayStation and live service games, it ain't great. They started a new studio, and a year later they shut it down, and it was going to be some kind of a live service co-op game with Jason Blundell, a guy from Call of Duty. It's like, what in the world? You can't shut Marathon down right now. They're stuck at some level. They are stuck. PlayStation can't shut it down. And again, like I said in the show open, these are the player numbers, boys. Like, that is a trajectory of, I mean this, I'm not being a doomer. That is a trajectory of death. They are internally, they've got to be figuring out, like, what can we do to turn this around? What are we going to do? They're going to shut down Firewalk next? I have bad news for you. That already happened, my friend. Like, that happened at the same time they shut down Concord. Yo, it's good, Lady Gamer. I don't know how Bungie did not learn from peak Destiny 2 and take what worked and really honed it in. They have some of the best gunplay and storytelling. Sony is realizing they need to lock it in when it comes to live service. No more risks. Destiny 3 is the next big swing in 3 years' time. Austin, I think you're right. I actually think the closing of that studio is related to Marathon. I think it's related to Bungie. I think it's 100% related to them even pulling back from their PC ports. I think the leadership is saying, you know what? We placed some bets here. They're not paying off. Bring it in. Bring it in. No, we're not doing some of this stuff anymore. Yeah, live service, no. Yeah, mobile, no. Yeah, PC ports, no. They're reining in expenditures because of the impending economic struggles that they're going to be facing. Fair Games and the studio with Fair Games, they're next. I guarantee you they're next. Petrov with 14 months in Member Plus. Keep up the good work. Thank you so much, Petrov. That's why I personally think Sony's position, I'll be honest with you, internally, they're not going to say this publicly. I think internally Sony's like, just let it die. You can do your seasons and you can ship your content, that's fine, but we're not going to kill the game. Just let it die on its own. It'll die on its own. It ain't going to make it. Destiny had a story. It eventually had a very good story, I think. Lona, you mean, what can they do to make a lot of people spend $40 on their game? I would be hesitant to pull the trigger on free-to-play. I would be very hesitant to do that. I would try to cause resurgence so people come and buy the game for $40. If you can't do that, then just pack it up and go home, boys. Like, just ship the seasons that you've made, ship the content that you've made, and the player base is just going to continue to decline. Eventually, you'll just fall to catastrophic levels where no one can really play consistently unless you play during the absolute peak hours. The game has been out for 20 days. They are already getting complaints from smaller regions about, hey, matchmaking is taking forever. It's taking me 20 minutes to get into a game. They've made adjustments to help with that. I got to tell you, you don't want to be doing that 20 days into the launch of your live service game. It means you have a very, very small community, and it also means they're very, very central around one region, which is a problem. It needs a single-player campaign. I would pay for that. If you could play through, I don't know if you'd want to play through the maps as a single-player campaign. Like, remember Titanfall 1's campaign? It was, like, not a campaign. Haven and Fair Games are on borrowed time. I agree with you. If they can't find Haven a new project, there's no way Fair Games is coming to the market. There's no way. Absolutely not. I would not be surprised if the performance of Marathon is making PlayStation really second-guess some of their plans. Like, wait a minute. Like, what are we doing here? We're going to be spending money on games in this hemisphere that are adjacent to this style, and they're likely to just not make it. Live service fatigue, even Fortnite had layoffs. Right? Like, even Fortnite and Epic are like, yeah, we're not making the money that we used to. We're burning through capital. We gotta lay people off. They laid like 1,000 people off. Guys, make sure on YouTube you're taking a quick second as you come in to start the day with us. Hit that like button. If you get us to 200 likes, it does severely help us out. We've only been streaming for about 30 minutes. S3 Plan says, Lono, what would you think about having a PvE-only mode and name it practice or tutorial, something like that? It would function exactly like an extraction shooter minus PvP. Here's the thing. That's not a hook to get people to buy the game. That's like an open door to maybe get somebody like me to come back. Like, I'll be like, oh, I'll go grind for a bit and see if I, can't get into a place where I'm enjoying the game. But even that's, I just don't think potent enough. I just don't know. How do you get people that said no and didn't buy it? You keep Titanfall's name out of your mouth? Listen, Titanfall 1 was amazing, but the campaign was like, huh? Titanfall 2's campaign? Amazing. Cinema. We haven't had a first-person shooter campaign like that in a really, really long time. The game is a godsend. I was speaking specifically to if you try to do a campaign in an online environment, it doesn't necessarily work. Like they did it with Titanfall, and arguably it wasn't that great in Titanfall 1. It was just somebody yammering in your ear every so often while you played multiplayer matches. My biggest disappointment with Horizon Hunter's Gathering is that we don't get the third game for Horizon in years. Well, I mean, it's been 4 years since Horizon Forbidden West, so at the earliest, you were going to be seeing Horizon 3, maybe next year? So if it staggered it back, I agree with you. I mean, you also have to remember, they might have wanted to use Horizon as a PlayStation 6 launch title, so it might not matter. I mean, I think they view Spider-Man and Horizon, and I would even argue God of War, like the God of War Egypt that we're probably going to get. They probably see all of those titles as PlayStation 6 launch titles, so it probably doesn't matter, ultimately. I agree with you that I don't want Guerrilla wasting another minute of time on Horizon Hunter's Gathering. I think it's a dead man walking. I think it looks like trash. I like your idea of PvE maps that transition into main PvE, but the largest issue with Marathon is being an extraction shooter at all, even if it is a good game. Well, and that's the thing, like, you could get people like me to come back with some PvE, but I don't think you're going to cause a resurgence of players that were like, yeah, I don't want to play that, and then they suddenly decide to come play for $40. So if they do it in stages, get a bunch of us to come back with some PvE, okay? Then maybe after Season 2 starts, you offer free to play and hope that brings other people back, or then they come in and start spending money. I'll be honest with you, the microtransactions in this game and the microtransaction store, they are so bad looking. I don't know. The conversion rate of spending has to be, it's got to be terrible. It just has to be. I don't know what they're doing. I remember that was one of the things I was very critical of with the Eververse at a time because people didn't like it. And I was like, it's not even a good storefront. It's ugly. They made a bunch of great changes to the Eververse. They got rid of like RNG. They would allow you to do like I think they were I forget what they did with currency. They did something with currency that I thought was very good. Now that was a long time ago, but there was a time where they really, really overhauled Eververse in a way where I thought, well, this is going to function better as a store. You're probably going to make more money because it's like, well, now the storefront's sensible. The storefront of the microtransactions on Marathon, it's so bad looking. I can't imagine it being like a huge funnel of money for them. Every dollar spent not on investing in Destiny was a mistake, says Bellows. Not saying Marathon is bad, just won't ever touch Destiny numbers. Maximilian says, Angry Joe in his review said, in all his playtime, he never saw anybody wearing the premium skins. Well, when you look at the premium skins, you can see why. They don't look like they're worth the money. They make marginal differences. Listen, I do not want to say I told you so, but I freaking told you so. I tried to tell people. I was like, you are not going to sell skins for runners when they barely change anything because you need the character to look the same because you need to be able to see, they said this in one of their videos, you need to be able to tell that it's an assassin. You need to be able to tell that you're looking at a triage. Like, if you can't, then there's a problem. So the skins are going to be like color palette changes. Good luck trying to sell that. Now, like, Marvel Rivals can, they're over there selling TNA. Like, let's just call it what it is. They're selling cheeks. They're selling thighs and cheeks over there, okay? They're selling some booty. So you can look at a rotund butt while you're playing. I mean, we know what they're doing over there, okay? That's a third-person game where you can consistently see the skin that you've paid for. I also think it's more obvious who you're playing against because, like, Venom is this big, giant, creature, and you're like, oh, that's Venom, even if he's wearing some kind of a skin. Same with, like, Hulk, Captain America. Like, it's easy to tell who you're looking at. They also, like, yell things out as they're playing, so you know who's coming around the corner, potentially. Brian with 33 months says, Morning Lono in chat. Let's get it today. Let's get it! Thank you so much for renewing for 33 months. That's a lot of months. Why do you need to know what a runner is? Does it matter? That was what Bungie said. Summation. Like, Bungie said that you need to be able to tell what you're fighting against. Listen, how else are you supposed to know how to counter what somebody's doing or what they might be able to do if you can't tell what they are? Like, I tried to tell folks before this game came out, it sounds like a hero shooter. It's not a hero shooter. It's not. They're runners. Okay, call them whatever you'd like. They're runners that have to look a particular way because of what they're able to do, so that you know you're looking at an assassin or a triage. Like, you need to be able to know that when you're looking at them because of what they're able to do. If you can't do that, then you're going to get surprised and people won't like it. Whether you're dealing with a rook, a vandal, a destroyer, a recon, a thief especially, I know people have been raging about thief. That's the point, is you need to be able to tell what they are from a distance, so that you're never going to have that level of customization where you can really personalize your character and personalize what you look like in the game. Guess what? That's going to hinder your ability to sell microtransactions and cosmetics. Like, when my kids are playing Fortnite, they're like, oh, I can play as Boba Fett or Rumi from K-pop Demon Hunters. Do you see? It's like there's just a gamut of ways that you can spend money in a game like that. And you feel like, oh, I'm playing as that character. I'm playing as this person that I really like from this movie, comic book, or TV show. In Marathon, it's like, yeah, I play this character because what they bring to the table. They have abilities. They have things that are going to help me and my team survive the cryo archive or a PvP entanglement. And you're picking that character for those abilities. And then if you're going to personalize them, it's like, number one, it's a first-person shooter, so you don't see them all that often. You see them at the end, and you see them when the menu pops up, which there were certainly really, really cool cosmetics in Destiny. And anytime you pulled open the menu, you saw yourself. I think that's intentional in games like that. You know, you can make yourself look really, really, really cool in a game, even though you can't see yourself. But the problem with this game is that's not even really you. It's a runner that you're selecting. And the runner has to maintain a certain visual identity within the game because other players need to know what you're using. There are plenty of customizations in Destiny, but they still clearly needed to be a hunter, a warlock, or a titan. Right, but I think the general difference is, Justin, is that it wasn't a game that was built off of that. So, like, you could look at a warlock or a hunter quickly in PvP, and you could easily mistake them if you just do a quick glance. Some of the skins got so crazy in Destiny, you would maybe know because you know that's a hunter skin because you've got the hunter skin yourself. But man, the customization and the cosmetics in Destiny got really wild. I mean, I don't know what to say. I don't think you could say that they stayed really narrow and that they all looked the same. See, the other thing that Destiny did, Destiny sold and had in their, they had them in their season passes. They had skins, and then you had shaders. Most of what I've seen in Marathon just look like shaders to me. It's like, that still looks like Thief. That still looks like the Assassin. You're just changing their colors. You can lose your pinnacle gun. Yeah. Somebody told me that I think it was Grenadier Jake lost a really good gun or something to a cheater in ranked, and it's like, yeah, they're gonna need some kind of a thing put in place. They need more than anti-cheat. They need the gear refund system. They need the gear refund system. If they realize that you lost your gear to a cheater, you should get it back. It was Jake and another streamer. I stopped playing when they started doing the crossover BS, says Revertive. I thought the crossover stuff in Destiny was very diluting to the brand identity. It started to look kind of cheesy. Like stormtroopers and... like, what are we doing here? Did you see that they're changing when Cryo and Ranked are available? Yes, I mentioned that in my show open. Ranked will be available during the week. Cryo will be available during the weekend. I said that they were probably going to have to do that. When I first learned about that, I'm not even playing the game. It's remarkable. I was told that my bias was clouding my judgment of this game, and I haven't missed a single prediction. I haven't missed a single shot, and I somehow, as someone who's not playing the game and has this anti-PvP bias, is what I was told, somehow I've managed to get it right pretty consistently. And as soon as I looked at that, where they had ranked and Cryo Archive available at the same time, I'm like, that doesn't make any sense. You're going to need to split those up. You're going to need to have those happening at separate times. That's really weird. Like, what? Why? Hey, everybody that's really hardcore and playing our game and you're super committed, here's our 2 aspirational ways to play the game. They're happening at the exact same time. It's like, what? And sure enough, the first change they make to it is, well, yeah, they're not going to have them happening at the same time. I played through the server slam and the retail version. I'm like, you don't have enough ammo. You don't have enough heals. The bots are too hard. It's really unwelcoming. First patch rolls out and addresses all of those situations. You're not playing it because of your skill issues. The game is too hard for you, but feel free to keep complaining. I don't know why you're molding in my chat like a child. I'm not complaining. I'm talking about how they could save the game. Yeah? Yeah? It's because of my skill issue? Sure. Keep telling me that. Keep telling everybody that they're not good enough for your precious game as it continues to decline. Like, okay. Good luck going pro. If you're MLG and you're really awesome at this game, man, I hope your parents are proud of you, because I know I am. I'm so proud that you're better at me than a video game. My analysis of this game has nothing to do with my skill. It's always been about it's not going to have broad enough appeal and a big enough player funnel to survive. Savage Sharkbite with 55 months. Thank you so much. Welcome back in, sir. You can call me every name in the book. You can call me casual. You can say that I'm bad. You can say that I have a skill issue. Okay, so be it. I would never maintain that I'm very good at these games. I'm not. I'm like average, maybe slightly above average. I think most of the time I've ever played a PvP game, I've been about like a 1.5 KD. There's nothing impressive about that. I've never tried to put on airs that like I'm some high-level player, but I understand PvP games. I've professionally shoutcasted them. I've been literally paid to shoutcast tournaments. I've been playing PvP games since they were invented. Like, did you play Quake 2 and Doom? I bet you didn't. And that's the point. You don't need to have a high level of skill to understand what it takes for games like this to flourish or to die. Like, let's say I was a pro player and I was really good. I would still say the same things that I'm saying. I wouldn't change any of my feedback. I would be like, yeah, this doesn't seem very appealing. This seems really hard to get into. This seems like the appeal is so narrow, you're going to struggle to have a big enough player base to survive. You're going to fall below minimum viable player counts. My skill level wouldn't change my opinion on those things. Like, listen, I may not be good at PvP, but I can read numbers good. I can read numbers good. I can look at analysis from an analytics company and have Paul Tassi say, yeah, those numbers are accurate. 70% of the people who bought this game bought it on PC, and these are the number trends on PC. How do you think the game's doing on console, by the way? I think some of you guys have a skill issue in denial. Like, I might have a skill issue in a PvP game. I think I can live with that malady. I think I can survive. Can you survive having a skill issue and just outright denial about how the game is doing? Weezy says, I'm eating good right now. Yo, what's good, Lightly? In a way, that commenter is proving your point. Yeah, you need to be fantastic at the game. That's why so few people are playing the game. That's bad. Yeah, it's one of the reasons why virtually every live service game have consistently tried to implement skill-based matchmaking, because in order to survive, you need people. You need people. Like, what? You can rage, you can rage at me and call me a bad player. That's fine. I'm casual dad gamer. You know what? You know what I love about being a casual dad gamer? Number one, I don't care about all these things that you guys get so bent about like being good and high skill to the game. I don't care about that at all. And that's just such a freeing thing. The other thing that's great about being a casual dad gamer is there's millions of us. We are legion. Why do you think Arc Raiders is being so successful? Guys like me. We're busy. We got kiddos. We got responsibilities. We ain't trying to sweat. We're trying to have fun. And guess what? We move the needle on games, that's for sure. You can call it Unk Raiders all you want. Look how much money we're putting in that bank over there. Think about that for a second. The next time you tell somebody they're a casual and they're a dad and it's Unk Raiders, yeah, well, I don't think Embark cares about all that money that they're getting from all these casual dads. We are Legion and we have the most disposable income. It's a heck of a flex. You can flex your KD all you want. There's an awful lot of us casual dad gamers, and we got money to spend, so I think we matter in the equation of successful games and successful live service games. We matter. We do. I'm not telling you to make a game for me. I'm not telling you to cater to me, but I'm saying if you don't, you're going to have a hard time getting momentum. Sorry. Casual dad using fatherhood as a crutch. Shut the frick up, TJ. Nobody's doing that. Nobody's using fatherhood as a crutch. We're just engaging differently, bro. What do you mean? No one's using it as a crutch. Listen, we're in a different point in our life. When you start dating or you get engaged to a woman and you love her and you love her, it changes your priorities. And your boys aren't going to be like, man out here using his fiance as a crutch. No, he's not. His life is changing. His priorities are changing. Ain't nobody using their kids as a crutch. We just don't game the same way that we used to anymore. We're in a different part of our life. It happens. Sorry, not sorry. We just don't play like we used to back in the past. Hang on, I got a super chat to thank. Dune comes in with a $10 super chat. He says, what I don't get about the Marathon fanboys is, don't they want the game to continue? If the player base doesn't grow, Sony will cut their losses and kill the game. Sony's a business, not a charity. I actually don't think Sony will kill it. I don't think that they will. I don't think that they'll kill the game. Sony can't afford to kill another live service game. I think they'll let it die on its own. Lightleaf says another thing to consider. By definition, being good at the game means better than average. The more people drop from the game on the low end because it's hard, the more that average moves. I think that's a well-made point. This is a good convo. Love the stream. Dad, stand up. That's what I'm saying. You can flex your KD. I'll flex my 401k, says J-Stock. You know what I'm saying? I'm worried about how my lawn looks. You know what I'm saying, dude? I'm paying true green. I don't care about this stuff. I'm in my 40s and still winning my fights. Listen, we're all proud of you, Unk. You know what I'm saying? You're still doing it. You know? When you go to the, you go and play some ball, you're probably gassing after 10 or 15 minutes, but you're still doing it. And we're all proud of you, Unk. You get out there and you do it. But the rest of us aren't. The rest of us aren't, bro. We've hung it up. We've hung it up. We're like, no, man, I'm too old for this. I said that when I played Ninja Gaiden. I was like, I'm too old for this. I'm old man now, man. My brain's like, huh? Like, how many systems? Why is it moving so fast? I'm going to go play something else. A lot of us have just changed, dude. And there are people that are very angry about that. They hate it. They absolutely hate it. It's like, sorry. We just don't game the way we used to. We did put on our time caring. It's not shade saying you care, but we've changed. Me and two of my other cousins absolutely dog on our third cousin for using his family for this reason. Why? He's just in a different point in his life. You know what I'm saying? What do you mean? You're at a point in your life where you probably don't care about hygiene and your BO. And I guess we could say that you're crutching on that to excuse your lack of dating, but that's just the stage of life that you're in. We are not we are not the same. I showered this morning, you probably didn't. We're just different. And I would never say that you not washing your butt is a crutch. I just would be like, that's the stage of life that you're in, okay? People he crutching on having kids, you know. Yeah. Once soccer season starts, brothers, it's so much more difficult for me to game. It's so much more difficult for me to game and put time in once soccer season starts. I'm coaching my kids. Do you want to know why? Because that's what matters to me. That's important to me. My kids are going to be adults, and they're going to remember that Dad, he was always there, man. He was at the games. He was coaching. He was encouraging me and cheering for me instead of being like, my dad was throwing down in Call of Duty Marathon, man. He had a 3.0 KD. They ain't going to give a frick about that. My priorities are just different. And the only reason we're talking about this is because one of the primary things that people have used to defend Marathon is move on, casual. Move on. This game ain't for you. You're not good enough. You're not skilled enough. And you know what we're all saying? We're all saying, okay, sure, we'll leave. We'll go play something else. Thanks for putting it in big shiny lights for us that this game isn't for us. We appreciate it. You know? We took your advice. People are like, you've not played the game enough to talk about it. No. I took your advice. Fans of Marathon have spoken. I listened to them. I was like, okay. I'm not good enough. I'll go do something else. I mean, that's what everybody told me. Everybody told me I had a bias. You know, the fans of the game said I had a PvP bias. The fans of the game said I didn't know what I was doing. I shouldn't be fighting bots. Fans of the game said I was no good. You're not good enough to play. And I was like, okay, thank you for telling me that. I've taken your advice. Why are you hating so hard? What do you make? What do you mean, what do I make? I make money. What are you talking about? I'm kidding around. I'm not hating. I'm not. Since the game was announced, I haven't changed my position. I have been stalwart on this. I have endured years of being told I was wrong about this, and I kept saying, this game ain't gonna make it. There's just no way. A $5 super chat from Broken Earth. Wait, Marathon really only sold over 1 million copies? Is that for real? If true, that's gonna be tough for everyone involved. Yes. Paul Tassi used the phrase, these numbers from the analytics company, he says they are very close to what he's hearing from Bungie. Who are you and what are your qualifications? I'm Lono, and those are the only qualifications I need, sir. You know, I'm just here. I'm a man. I'm 40. I don't know. I don't crap on good studios. You don't? Oh. I didn't realize that I was crapping on a good studio by pointing out their game didn't have broad appeal and it might be headed for disaster. What's interesting is it's probably your first day here, so I'm going to help you out. Leading up to this moment, I have consistently defended Bungie, even though they probably don't deserve it, even though my history with them would probably warrant me being very petty and being like, they suck and they're terrible and I hate them. I have defended Bungie time and time again over the years as when they basically woke Naughty Dog up to the fact that like Naughty Dog wasn't going to be able to do the Last of Us factions, and people were very angry about that, and I defended Bungie. I said Bungie knows live service. I think Bungie woke these boys up to the reality that they didn't know what they were doing and it wasn't going to work. I defended them. Like I said, man, I think Bungie knows live service. Their successes and their failures are extremely informative, which is why it's so weird that they shipped this. I mean, it seems extremely bizarre that they told Naughty Dog, yeah, you can't have a live service game succeed with such a small amount of content. Your entire studio would have to become a live service studio. And Bungie's out here thinking they're going to launch Marathon as thin as it is. Like, there's plenty to do, but it's pretty thin in the grand scheme of live service game launches. Like, really, really look at the totality of live service game launches. This game's pretty thin, y'all. It is. and they launched it with like, a couple hundred people. They literally did the thing that they told Naughty Dog wasn't going to work. It doesn't make an ounce of sense. But I have spent many, many years defending them, even when I had no reason to defend them. Why can't they just make it fun? Well, Shelton, they forgot to hit the make it fun button, they missed it. It was buried underneath all of those virtue signaling pins that they sell. They couldn't see it. It was like the make it fun button is right there, and they just forgot to push it. Dr. Pimp with the $2 super chat says, "You dang right my wife is my priority and not gaming." Wheezy says, "Counterpoint, I am a hater," so yeah, Wheezy's just laughing. Conley says, Bungie's been grasping onto Marathon since pre-Halo 1. Halo 1 multiplayer was made in 3 weeks. 3 weeks of work still beats 30 years of development. Honestly, Bungie should release Shadow and Order and then focus on nothing but D3. Come with an original story that pulls people back in. Here's what I think is going to happen. Real Astro Adept. I actually think they're not calling it Shadow and Order anymore. It's being renamed. I think the thing in June is the last hurrah. I do. I think that's Destiny 2's last hurrah. After that, they're focused on D3. I think you're getting your wish right now. I think they've entered some kind of a publishing deal with PlayStation to work on Destiny 3. And here's the thing. I don't think they're going to even ask. I don't think Sony is going to ask Bungie to kill Marathon. They won't have to. It's going to die on its own. This isn't going to survive in its current state. According to Paul Tassi, not only are the sales numbers and the breakdowns and all those figures that we got from that analytics company, not only are they very close to accurate, he's like, there's no plans to change. They're just going to continue working on the seasons and stuff. And guess what? That's all part of the plan. PlayStation will be like, we didn't do it. We didn't kill that game. It just died on its own. Agree 100% on Destiny 3? Yeah, I've said that for a while. I said, they're too big of a company. They're too big of a company. You can't do all these incubation projects because they didn't work. You took the company into the red. You laid a bunch of people off, okay? The only way a company of this size can justify its existence is you need a big, huge killer thing that you're working on. Or maybe two. I do think some bigger studios are going to start doing, like, 2 games. Like, it wouldn't surprise me at all if Wolverine comes out this year and there is some Venom game or something from Insomniac. Like, place some smaller bets when you're a big studio and you've got the pedigree to do it. But I don't think what Bungie was doing was going to work. They placed too many bets. They had Payback, they had Gummy Bear, they had Marathon, they had something else that I don't think we knew the name of, and then they were trying to keep Destiny 2 going. That's too many things at once. It's too many. The sad story here is if they would have just focused on Destiny 2 and Marathon and nothing else, Marathon would probably be a lot better, more robust. They probably would have listened to more feedback. Like, they had people at Bungie saying, well, you're going to need PvE. It's remarkable that Bungie, as long as they've been around, they had employees that looked straight-faced at Marathon and said, you're going to need PvP. I'm sorry, you're going to need PvE. Like, it ain't going to work. It ain't going to last. It's a game mode, boys. What are you doing? How many people thought they could sell a game mode because of Fortnite? Naughty Dog thought they could do it. The Division thought they could do it with Heartland. That got canceled. How many people have tried this, we'll just ship a game mode, and it hasn't worked? It hasn't worked. I don't think it's working for Marathon either, sadly. Oh, yeah, Matter was the only other one. I thought Matter was something else, though. Didn't Matter turn into Destiny Rising? Which, Destiny fans, if you're playing Destiny Rising, good news for you. They're going to be taking the gacha elements out next season, from what I read. Broken Earth with a $10 super chat says, I think they'll add whatever is ready to add to the new update in June. We might get one more expansion, but that's it for Destiny 2. They needed to have started earlier on Destiny 3, but they can't do anything now. Riot Games had a very similar story with too many games, says Empreb. Fall Guys? Yeah, but even Fall Guys, I got to interview the guy when they announced Fall Guys at E3 2019. I literally got to interview the guy. He was a really sweet guy, but he was super nervous. He said every time that they would go to events and they weren't ready to announce yet, they were worried that somebody was going to announce something similar. He also informed us during that interview that the original concept of Fall Guys was literally just run to the top and get the crown. And as they iterated on it, they realized, no, we need lots of different modes, and then eventually it's going to culminate in going for the crown. And since they've added tons of different game modes and things to play, and Fall Guys did really well, but eventually, it fell off as well and lost players. Echo Doctrine says, Lono, I read the player numbers as 7% was inside the 22 for time played. A total of 22 has more than 50 hours. Thoughts? I read that differently than you. It was 22% had over 50, and then 7% had over 100. Did I read that incorrectly? Let me reread that and see if I misread that. Okay. Even more telling, 22% of the Steam audience has surged past the 50-hour mark, and nearly 7% have already logged over 100 hours. Those are two separate figures. I read it correctly. 22% of the people who are playing Marathon on Steam, 22% have over 50 hours. 7% have over 100 hours. Now, I just put those two together to make 29%, and I said, that's a 30-year player pool on Steam that is carrying the player numbers. Carrying the hours. So, if you consider, 800,000, what was the number? The 70% of the sales being on Steam was like 800,000 or something? Let me see if I can look at the number here again. Yeah, 800,000. So, if you take 800 and you multiply that by 0.29, there's 232,000 people that are just carrying the number on Steam. Like, that's it. That's your core audience. They have anywhere from 50 to 100 hours. That's it. Everybody else is playing significantly less. Average playtime on PlayStation is like 16 hours. Boys. That's after 20 days. You're not even averaging an hour a day from people? On home turf platform, PlayStation? I mean, that's not the bulk of the player base, but that's home turf for Bungie. I mean, it's a Bungie, they're a PlayStation studio now. That kind of tracks with the 30 to 50,000 player peaks. Yeah. Listen. People are like, oh, you're hating. This is what's been so interesting to me. We had a bit of a row in our Discord about this last night. Posting the numbers isn't negative just because the numbers are negative. If your franchise keeps losing games, just pick a sport. If your team just keeps losing games, and the guy gets on and he's like, hey, they lost another game last night, barely putting points on the board, barely moving the ball, barely moving whatever the sport is, and you're like, man, you're being awfully negative. It's like, it's not the guy's fault that the data he's given to report on is negative. We sat for 2 weeks. I didn't do a marathon talk show for 2 weeks. Now, we talked about Cryo Archive on Monday, but the bulk of that show was Crimson Desert. I've not done a dedicated marathon stream for 2 weeks. I was like, I'm going to wait. We're going to wait. We're going to wait for Cryo Archive. We're going to wait for some hard player numbers. We got hard player numbers, and they ain't good. I didn't do that. That's not me. I didn't make those numbers look like that. I'm just reporting them to you and telling you something's got to change. Emp Reb renews for 43 months. My Battlefield and my Arc Bros are getting Marathon, but we all are PC Steam players. Marathon seems to have PC hardcore player base that loves it, that I fit into, but Bungie did not know PC would be the platform. I don't know if they didn't know it. Let me add to the total. We're at 130. We're 20 members away from the next milestone. Lono, remember when Xbox players ran to Redfall because it was failing just to prove a point, or when people ran to Concord before it got shut down? I can see that happening with Marathon. I'm not sure I understand what you mean, like running to prove a point. Do you think the 800,000 copies sold number takes into account refunds on Steam? No, it's a speculation of analysis based on the fact that they've sold about 1.2 million copies, and 70% of those copies were sold on Steam. Did you mean row as in a fight? It's pronounced row? No, it's not. What? I've always heard it pronounced row. When row means a fight, noisy argument, or quarrel, it is pronounced to rhyme with cow, how, and now. I said it correctly. I mean, unless AI is wrong here, I mean, that's what this is saying. How do you guys say it? When you're going to have a fight, you have a bit of a fight, you have a bit of a row, you say it as you would say cow, how, and now. Yeah, a noisy dispute. They had a blazing row. Okay, I'm wrong. I've always heard it the other way. It's pronounced. You can't just spell it. He says it's pronounced row. You just put R-O-W. Exchange pleasantries. Throw hands. Yeah. It's row like cow. Yeah, that's how I've always heard it said. Yeah. Zubair says it's always English class in here. That's right. Somebody's like, is this English class now? That's our secret. It always is. I commonly mispronounce things. You know what I mean? I do. I commonly mispronounce things. So Zubair's like, that's not how I've heard it. What was the thing that I would say? Met out? You're supposed to say it meted out. The results meted out into negativity or something. You're not supposed to. I would say met. I thought it was meted out. Marathon and Redfall are a lot alike, though. Both were not even close to being finished. I feel like Marathon was finished when it shipped. It was just a little thin. I don't know. Joker Quinn, I think I missed your super chat. I did. Joker Quinn did a $5 super chat and said, Bungie must have accidentally thrown out the fun button when they had to throw out the stolen artwork. And then Viper with a $5 super chat says, reading charts and analytical data to make a conclusion on game's future is now a skill issue, according to the G Fuel kids. And Neo Reaper with a member plus 15 months says, Season 2 already had its content listed. It don't look deep. Yes. Automaton. I always struggle with to this day. I struggle with automaton. I always said automaton. Yeah, I always did because I latched onto the auto. I grounded it in that instead of saying automaton. I always wanted to say automaton. I may be crossing wires in my brain and remembering it wrong. Is there a word that rhymes with row that means fight? Row. No, I can't think of one. You're going to watch Daredevil with Vincent D'Onofrio? D'Onofrio. I always want to take a letter out. Oh, my gosh. I'm so bad at that one. I still mess it up. I still do. D'Onofrio. No, that's it. It's D'Onofrio. You got to bounce off the N. Yes, Vincent D'Onofrio. There we go. I always want to take the N out. There's too many O's in his name. It's not my fault. Look at his name. There's just an O in there for fun, and then another O, and you're like, yeah, but you don't. No, you don't pronounce that one. You just jump to the N. D'Onofrio. Yeah, he's amazing. He was so good in Law and Order as Bobby. He's so good as Kingpin. The British say row. That's why I heard it that way. Oh, well, then, I mean, okay, that's fine. I mean, that's close to treasonous, but it's okay, Zubair. We won't tell anybody. I don't know. He was Pyle, or however it's spelled. Yeah, Full Metal Jacket was like kind of his breakout. They promise a system in Season 2 called Kraid. It claims to give more autonomy over stats and strengths and weaknesses. Why wouldn't they include this in Season 1? Oh, Cradle. Well, here's the thing, ICU. You got to understand something. I am not defending this. I'm simply telling you how it is. Whenever you launch a game like this, especially if you're Bungie, one of the keys is you don't give everybody everything all at once. You just can't, because then where do you go from there? Now, people really did not like what Justin Truman said when he said don't over-deliver. But the reason he said don't over-deliver is because, like, let's just say things lined up one season in Destiny and the raid team and the dungeon team were able to deliver a raid in a dungeon during the same season, and it seemed crazy. It was like, wow, how did we do this? It was just purely, it was happenstance. It was an emergence that wasn't planned, and it worked. Now, the risk that they would take is if they give you both of those things that season or that DLC, you're now like, oh, wow, they can give a raid in a dungeon in the same DLC. That's crazy. right? That's crazy. Wow. And then the expectation is set. Well, now that we should expect that in future expansions. So when he said what he said, people took it the worst way possible. Of all people to defend what he said and to defend Bungie, I'm the last person to do it, but I'm like, I completely understood what he said because I covered Destiny for 5 years. And if they would have delivered too much content, then that becomes the base level expectation. It's like working for somebody and you hit a sales record and they're like, that's your quota now. Do you want to work for somebody that does that? Hey, you're only supposed to get 20 sales every month. You got 25. Congratulations. That's now your quota. Have you ever worked for somebody like that? It's terrible. It's like, oh my gosh. So if I do a really, really good job, you would now expect me to do this every single time? What if it was luck? What if it was happenstance? What if I got a really big deal and a really big sale that's rare and unusual, and that's why I got that many sales, and now you expect me to do that every single month? What he said made perfectly good sense. So, in this situation with Marathon, if they're keeping something back like Cradle and they bring that season 2, what they're trying to do is trying to create a feeling of like expansion, like the game is growing and expanding. They can't do that if they give you everything all at once. It wouldn't work as a live service game. $5 from Sora. I heard a content creator covering Marathon saying sales were lukewarm and it wasn't a high guard or Concord. Is that a cope or does it have weight? It's not a high guard. It is not a Concord. No, it never has been. It is far more successful than those two games. They shouldn't even be said in the same breath. Well, you can say them in the same breath as games that don't have promising futures. They just got there really, really fast. Like Concord speed ran dying, and then High Guard, tried to compete and came in second place. Marathon is certainly headed to the same destination, just not enough players. It's a boring conversation. In fact, the entire conversation is just copy pasta. I'm not sure what conversation you're talking about, Dwayne. The one we're having, or are you talking about the one about like what Justin Truman said at the GDC? Destiny's biggest problem was that we players would consume their content so fast, and we were wanting faster, and that we were wanting it faster than they could make it, says the Malice one. What were the numbers? 1.2 million sales roughly. 70% of those sales were on Steam. Roughly 19% were on PlayStation. 11% were on Xbox. It's not looking good. It's not a very strong start. And, a trigger warning, I'm going to show the Steam charts. This just looks like death. This looks like impending death. This is in the wake of the Cryo Archive, by the way. This is where the game is headed. It has not hit its baseline yet. It has not hit its floor. It hasn't. It's continuing to go down in the wake of their vault of glass moment, the thing that people really thought was potentially going to turn things around. In the wake of the Cryo Archive, the numbers just keep going down. I'm not hating. I'm not bashing. I'm being real. I'm like, this. That's right now. That's from launch to today. That chart I just showed you. From the very first day that it launched to today, that's the trajectory of the game. And that's its largest audience, by the way. They sold 1.2 million copies, and this is the trajectory on the biggest platform. This is where 70% of the audience lives. This isn't hate. That's why I put it on the thumbnail. This is a reality check. It's a reality check. Everybody wanted to act like folks were hating and folks were like hate watching Steam charts. And it's like, no, it's a newly launched live service game. You can wag big words around and you can say things like, like Mark Noseworthy did and try and make it seem like players don't really know. Like players and journalists and gamers don't really know. They don't really understand player numbers. With all due respect, you don't know what the frick you're talking about. If you think the general public and gaming journalists and bloggers and YouTubers aren't all looking at the numbers and thinking the same thing, this is headed to too low. It's just going to get too low. You can keep saying that we don't know what we're talking about, but it's like we've watched this TV show before. It feels like a rerun. We've watched live service games trend like this, with assurances that everything's fine, with assurances that things are going well, and then they shut down anyway. X-Defiant had this issue. Splitgate had this issue. We've been here before. We were given assurances from Highguard that, like, we don't need high player numbers to be successful. We get the same song and dance every time the numbers trend this way. A bunch of, like, fancy verbiage from people, but, like, you don't really know. I mean, internally, and conversion rates and microtransactions and transients and no. We've watched this TV show before. We know what's going to happen. This isn't our first rodeo. We've been watching live service games attempt to do what Destiny did for a decade. We've watched this. It's not new. I don't see good bones in something they can build on. It's just blah. It does feel different than Destiny 2, Yana did. With Destiny 2, I felt like they had the bones to build something. I remember telling people with Destiny 2's launch, I'm like, it's like when you go to the museum and there's the big brontosaurus or the brachiosaurus. We always called it a brontosaurus, and then all of a sudden it was a brachiosaurus. What the frick? Like, okay, it was a brontosaurus when I was coming up, okay? But you'd go to the museum and you'd see the brontosaurus, you'd see his skeleton, and you could kind of imagine how big he would be and what he would look like, right? And I said that Destiny 2, when it launched, that's what it looked like to me. This big giant skeleton that if you put meat on the bones could be a significant game. And they proved that correct in Destiny 2. They did. They turned that entire game around and it went strong for like 10 years. Now they had some low points, but it went pretty strong and pretty consistent for 10 years. It's admirable what they did. Yes, and Pluto is still a planet. It's Brontosaurus, okay? And Pluto's a planet. The thing they told reviewers to hold off reviews for, says Robe. And the reviews, this is what people keep going back to. Like, the reviews are good, Lono. The reviews are strong. The player review numbers are good. And I'm like, yeah. And a lot of people have completely misunderstood when I said the review score doesn't matter. They're like, oh, well, now the review score doesn't matter. Yeah, to a live service game, it doesn't really matter. Player count, above all, matters. Oh, you've got, what's the score? 85% on Steam. If they had a 70% on Steam, 67% on Steam, you know, something not that impressive, but they had like 200,000 concurrent players, they would probably be thrilled. Because reviews, as is said in chat by Hattigan, reviews don't pay the bills. Reviews don't pay the bills. You know how many little indie titles? How many times have we seen this? We've seen an indie title in like the number 2 spot on OpenCritic, and it has like a 94, and it's been reviewed by 7 people. Now, when you see that, do you think to yourself, well, that game is taking over, and clearly it's going to win Game of the Year over Expedition 33 or Baldur's Gate 3 or whatever? No, we've never thought that. You look at that and you know exactly what's going on. You're like, oh, it's an indie title that 7 people reviewed. They all loved it. Therefore, it's got practically a perfect score. It doesn't mean it's a monumental commercial success that's taking over the world, even though it's ranked incredibly high on OpenCritic. In a very similar situation, like a very small number of people in the grand scheme of things have played Marathon. They all like it. They've reviewed it well. Okay, great. That doesn't mean anything in the grand scheme of live service. It doesn't. There are plenty of dead live service games right now that people were over the moon about when they came out. Whether it was Splitgate 1 or X Defiant or the Frontier game on Steam. Everybody thought they were great and they had high reviews, and then they died. Wheezy says, for reference, Slay the Spire 2 sold 3 million copies since early access. Such a good game. I really, really wish I could play it in my living room. Street Shadow with a $10 super chat. I love Marathon. I don't see the game being shut down like Concord, but it must consider the PvE mode, which is a shift from my previous opinion. You just need to ensure PvP players are still rewarded higher. I appreciate your candor, Street Shadow, and this is why. I really feel like the conversation has shifted from you're wrong, Lono, you're just a hater, game's doing fine. It has shifted to I'm okay if the game's not around in 6 months. Like, I feel like people have just accepted that the trajectory isn't headed for glory. It's like, yeah, this game's probably in a bad place in about 6 months. I really do. I don't feel like I'm getting pushback anymore from people. They're just like, yeah, I had fun. That seems to be the response now. It was, you don't know what you're talking about. Your PvP bias is blinding you, Lono. You're not good enough. You don't understand the game. Oh, okay. Every piece of feedback I provided in the server slam and the launch of the game ended up in patch notes. Somehow. I don't know how I did that. Commentary about, like, you putting the ranked mode and the cryo archive on the same weekend. Why would you do that? You're going to have to split that up. Well, they've already said they're going to split that up. I'm writing their patch notes for them again, boys. I'm writing their patch notes for them again. And I feel like we went from a lot of pushback and a lot of fight from the fans, and now they're just kind of like, I had fun. If it's not around in 6 months, I had fun. Why is there a belief that they're doing D3 when D2 is dead and Marathon, which they spent years and millions on, is commercially failing? They have to do something, do they not, Mr. Insanity? There's rumors that they already started early production on Destiny 3. What do you expect 800 people to work on, brother? I mean it. I'm not being pushy with you. I mean it. What do you expect an 800-person studio to do? Live off of the fumes of Destiny 2 and the paltry amount of revenue that Marathon is generating? They need a big thing to work on to justify their existence. They have had to have entered some kind of a publishing arrangement with PlayStation for Destiny 3. If not, boys, the studio is gone in a year. There's no way. They're too big. They're not generating enough revenue for their size. I don't want Marathon to die because this feels like old Lono and Destiny coverage. I love it. It is interesting, isn't it? Isn't it, Ginger? It is interesting how things play out. Y'all thought you killed me. And I'm going to be here for the end. Times are funny. Make sure if you guys are watching on YouTube, you hit the like button. Get us to 300 likes. I appreciate y'all so much watching on YouTube as well as watching on Twitch. I appreciate you. If you guys sub on Twitch, you don't see ads. If you guys become a member on YouTube, you're helping us with a goal. Consider clicking join. It's $5 a month. You get a badge, you get emotes, and you get into our members-only Discord. We're trying to get to 600 paying members. We're at like 547. All done, bye-bye. Yeah, all done, bye-bye. Destiny 2 just did the annual spring event, and I saw 4 people in the tower after reset. Oh, yeah, it's got to be hurting right now for players. The numbers look really bad. Empreb with the $10 super chat. I knew the game was very likely going to die when I bought it. I just wanted to buy and play it to say I was there. Not since Titanfall 2 has the PvP shooter looked this good and had unique vibe. I'll grant you that. I'll grant you that. I mean, it certainly has a vibe. I mean, I watch people play and I'm like, yeah, I get it. I do. You know what I want to do in this game, Emp? I want to fight bosses, bro. Like, it has that vibe. I don't want to fight players. You and I are different in that regard. I don't want to fight players. The TTK is too fast. It just feels like whoever shoots first. That just feels like a meat grinder. Every engagement feels the same. I want to fight bosses. I want to fight bigger enemies. I want to do like a public event with like 20 people. Let's just do it. That's what I look at the game and that's what I see. I'm like, oh my gosh, you swung at the wrong ball. You swung at this ball and barely got a man on base. If you'd have waited for the next pitch, you could have hit it out of the park. You guys could have made an amazing PvE game. They could have. They're Bungie. Street Shadow with a $20 super chat. Comparing this to Concord's a boring take. Concord's an outlier. We haven't seen Sony shut down another game in that way after release. Key point. Sony will likely keep Bungie afloat through third-party revenue. I want to see mountains again, Gandalf. Mountains. Bilbo Baggins. Right now, we're watching it all, and there's not a thing they can do about it. They have nothing to hurt you with. Yeah, that's right. That's right. Who's Bungie's new CEO? They don't have a new CEO. Didn't you catch that? I don't know if you were paying attention at that time, BH. We covered it. There is no CEO. The over-delivery guy, that's not Justin Truman's title. He's not the CEO of Bungie. When they got rid of Pete Parsons, and believe me, they got rid of him. Sony walked him out the door. I believe that. You want to know what I think? You want to know what I think? I think Christopher Barrett's lawsuit led to Pete Parsons leaving, because I think Sony started to poke around and get ready for their court case, because they're going to court, boys. I really want that case to get to discovery. And I think they pulled back the veil and they said, get the frick out of here, Pete. Get out. You're done. You don't get to go all the way to the final amortized payment. Walk out the door, Pete. And I think they're in charge now. That's what I think happened. Winged Wheel comes in with a gifted member. Thank you. When you're this close to the finish line of the final payment from PlayStation, you don't walk unless you were told to. I believe that with every fiber of my being. Homie had skeletons in his closet, probably darker than Christopher Barrett's. And I think they said, you get the frick out of here, Pete. You ain't getting to walk to the end. There's no way you get this close to the final payout and walk when he did. It doesn't make any sense. I think he was given a choice. Leave with severance or we'll walk you out. All love, no hate. Feels like we've been talking about Marathon and Crimson for months. I'm so ready for some new stuff to happen this year in gaming. That's gaming news, homie. It's feast or famine, and when it's feast, sometimes you got to gnaw on the meat for as long as it'll let you. I mean, pause. What do you want me to do? There's nothing else going on. I had a show written up about Sony closing down a studio, Xbox Game Pass price changes, and Nintendo changing their sales forecast. I'll be real with you, that conversation was going to be pretty boring. It was the only show we had, and I wrote it up. And that show is sitting there on the shelf now because this news hit. And I was like, well, this is a show. This is a conversation. This is a debate. This is fireworks. Awesome. 88 with 35 months. Let's add it to the total. Like, do you really want to talk about how you're probably going to get lower tiers of Game Pass with ads? I don't really want to talk about that. I mean, I'll be real with you, dude. It doesn't sound like a fun time. Do you really want to talk about PlayStation, closing another studio and reeling back from their stupid decision to do like 12 live service games by 2026? Yeah, how'd that work out? Do you guys remember all my coverage of that? The 12 live service games by 2026? And I said that if we get half of them, we'll be lucky. I was like, 12? I was like, if we get 6 of those to hit the market, we'll be lucky. That's too many. Yeah, we're going to have a great year, boys. We are. Saros is coming. Pragmata is coming. Control Resident is coming. Wolverine is coming. It's going to be a good year in gaming. This is an interesting conversation because let's be real. Let's be real. Whether you want to admit it or not, this is a historical moment. It is. This is a historical moment. We're going to look back and say that was a moment where things started to change and things started to pivot. Not just for Bungie. I think you're feeling it in the air, right? I don't know if you guys are feeling it. But the vibe around live service is shifting. It's like, wait a minute. This is stupid. What are we doing? Slay the Spire with millions of sales? Resident Evil 9 with millions of sales? What are we doing? The beauty of what's happening is executives, angel investors, publishers, venture capitalists, people that want to put money into gaming. Do you know what they're watching right now? They're watching single-player games just go nuts. And they're watching live service games struggle and lose and decline. Yeah, Mouse PI's coming. Sora with the $2 super chat. They called you mad and you were right. They called you a madman and you were right. Yep. It's been a common experience of mine. I think some of it's because, I have a little bit of an ego. Maybe a teeny bit of an ego. Just a little. And it makes me bold enough to say, this is what I think is going to happen. This is what I think is going to happen. And people don't like that. They think I'm being a hater or a doomer, but a little, just a teeny one. But the point is that in my in all the years of my coverage, that has been to my detriment. I think I get too egotistical sometimes. It's to my detriment. It makes me unlikable. But it also makes me bold to be like, nope, this ain't going to make it. Nope, that's going to die. Nope, that's stupid. Nope, this is a disaster. Like, and when that happens, it'll make people be very angry with you. But then when it turns out correct, it's like, well, what do you want me to say? I was like, come on, man. We've been doing this a long time. Like, we knew some of these things were going to happen. It's reductive when they call you a doomer. Here's what happened, Sean. You know nothing. You're a parrot. Are you talking to me? If you're talking to me, that's an interesting strategy of how to dialogue with me. Anyways, your ego doesn't make you unlikable. You're just generally unlikable. The ego doesn't even matter at this point. You're just unlikable. Not you. Oh, who are you talking to, Crowded House? Talking to me? Liquid, you've been picking fights a lot. What's going on, Liquid? You just need to tone it down a little bit. I feel like this is like the fourth day in a row. You're just in here having a row. Huh, Zubair? Having a row with people. Paul, I see you over there playing Grind Survivors. Oh, no, you played it a day ago. Never mind. It looked like you were playing right now. Bungie did not make Marathon instead of Destiny 3. They never wanted to be a one IP company. They did, however, choose to keep making Destiny 2 instead of Destiny 3, and that was Pete Parsons' fault. Pete Parsons was the center of all of Bungie's problems, and he's gone. It's going to take time for them to clean up. I kind of agree with what Crowded House is saying, Liquid. What was your position? How are you disagreeing with him here? You said you're clueless, you're coping. Cope harder. They literally made Marathon instead of D3 while completely neglecting D2 and more. Yeah, Liquid, I number one, I think you're ramping up the dialogue too much. Like, you're just immediately telling him he doesn't know what he's talking about. He needs to keep coping. Like, Crowded House is correct. They opted to do a bunch of incubation projects instead of Destiny 3. It's not like they made Marathon instead of Destiny 3. I feel like your position's too simplistic. They determined as a studio they didn't want to do another Destiny. Do you want to know why they don't want to do another Destiny? It's really, really hard on the studio. It's difficult. It's stressful. It's tough on the bandwidth. Some of the best times in Destiny, they had High Moon Studios and Vicarious Visions building stuff for them, and they don't have that anymore. They determined internally, we don't want to do another Destiny. So they spun up Payback and Gummy Bear and Marathon and Matter. Like, they spin up all these incubation projects. They were trying to build bridges away from being financially dependent upon Destiny because they didn't want to make another one. I think you're being too simplistic, Liquid. You're like, well, they made Marathon instead of Destiny 3. And it's like, kind of. It's not that simplistic, though. There's so much more to it. Do I think they made a mistake? Yes. Do I understand where they were coming from? Absolutely. I covered Destiny for 5 years, and I could completely understand why Bungie internally said, we don't want to do this again. This has been incredibly stressful and difficult. We have hit moments of time in the history of Destiny that were almost catastrophic. Like, I don't think they wanted to take another ride on that merry-go-round for 10 years because that's what it takes. Upkeep on Marathon will cost a fraction of what it costs to support Marathon. It also has a rock-solid foundation for patches. I think the biggest threat to Marathon, Crowded House, is they're just going to run out of players. I don't think Bungie's going to back off. I don't think PlayStation's going to kill it. I don't think PlayStation can afford to kill another live service game in view of the public. I don't think so. Another public execution like that will make everybody say, yep, PlayStation's the problem. So PlayStation's just going to be like, yep, you go ahead and you do your seasons and your content. That's fine. The game will die on its own. But we also need you guys working on Destiny 3. So they're incompetent? I think that's too simplistic. I actually think their plan made sense to me. If I'll tell you what, Gunblade, I can say without an ounce of bias in my heart, I can remove bias from the situation. If I worked at Bungie in some capacity of leadership at the point in time that Pete Parsons made that decision, I would have been in agreement. I'd have been like, yes, let's get away from this if we can. If we think with our pedigree and our ideas and our teams and our institutional knowledge, we should be able to spin up some winners. What are we doing? Like, we can't keep doing this Destiny thing. I would have been in complete agreement with them. Yes, let's build bridges away from this. This is hard. It's stressful. Decline is coming. We need to be prepared for that storm. Unfortunately, they expedited the decline, hurt their cash cow, and put themselves into a financially preposterous situation. It was like, what are we going to do? Well, they had to go hat in hand to PlayStation. Lono, for all the fun, I was talking about player numbers in Marathon and the problems it has. The true big test, I think, is returning players for Season 2. Definitely. Because that could be the death knell for the game. That could just be the end of significant portions of the player base playing. It really, really could be the death knell of the game, because people are going to be like, I'm not even being negative. I think people can be completely logical about this, and they'll say, I had my fun. I played a season, I did the grind, I did the cryo archive, and they could very easily say, I had my fun, I got my $40 worth, and they just walk away and say, I'm not going to do this again. Especially if the player numbers are declining and the experiences are being harmed. 100%. There are plenty of not hateful, not mean, dooming, angry players that might just calmly say, that was fun, I'm going to go play something else now. I don't want to start over. I think there will be a lot of players that come to that conclusion. Sony and Honda's PlayStation car has been canceled. That's just another waste of money, probably. $5 super chat from Jack Garland. Lono, I've been taking a drink every time you say, I covered Destiny for 5 years. Hey, listen. I covered Destiny for 5 years, Jack Garland. I'll change it. I covered Destiny for half of a decade. Sethian says, I don't think Destiny 3 is happening. I think the studio would dissolve before they ship it. No, I think they've already entered the agreement, Sethians. I think the pieces on the board have already moved. I do. I think the pieces on the chessboard have already moved. I think the June thing that they've already talked about, that's the last hurrah for Destiny 2. That's it. It's the last hurrah. I speak fluent Bungie, and I read that post that they made. Go watch Astacross react to that post. Cross speaks fluent Bungie. He's read enough TWABs. He speaks their language. He has their dictionary and their thesaurus. He read it, and you could see it. He knows. He feels it too. That's the last hurrah, boys. I don't think I'm alone. I read that, and I was like, oh, no, I know what y'all are saying. You can feel it in the words that they use. A prime resub for 7 months from Mr. Scotty B over there on Twitch. Thank you. He's about to be slumped by the end of the stream. He'll have alcohol poisoning. He'll be dead. Yeah, they did an update to Marathon Duos. They're moving it to a different map, and you will not be able to squad fill. I believe that I've captured the update. Scotty B with the double dip, 47 months on YouTube. We're at 135. We're 15 away from the next milestone. I currently owe YouTube 3 and Twitch 2. I wait till we hit the 5 bomb. Street Shadow with the $10 super chat says, to those who think Bungie will be shut down, something I noticed, most of the studios that Sony shut down have either had a catastrophic failure or have not hit milestones. Yeah, and I don't think that's happening. I think Bungie has been put on a course of restitution. You guys are going to make this right. Listen, let's just say what needs to be said, okay? Sony walked in the room and said, we bought you for $3 billion. I'm going to get my freaking money out of you. I'm going to get my money out of you. One way or the other. Somebody walked in and basically said that. Daddy wrote a check and wants his money. That conversation happened. They're not shutting them down. There's too much institutional knowledge and experience and data and infrastructure. It is an enormous studio. It's like, no. We're going to get our money out of you. We'll keep you going. We'll do a publishing deal. We're going to get our dadgum money back. We're not going to shut you down. You don't get off that easy. That's why I think that happened. I think that's why Pete is gone. And I think June is the last hurrah for Destiny 2. And from where I sit, Marathon, they don't need to do anything to Marathon. They can let a small team deliver on the seasons, deliver on the content, and they'll just let this thing slowly sink beneath the water. Think about it. If it just kind of like quietly dies, no one's going to blame PlayStation. They'll be like, look, Bungie failed. Like, that's on Bungie. They didn't do a good job, or players moved on. I mean, that's different than killing the game. Does that make sense? That's like different than shutting the game down. Wee Little Boot says, I also don't think you could shut Bungie down. Even plastering Bungie's name on a new game coming out can bring in a lot of revenue, even with its down rep. Especially if they go quiet for a couple of years. Kilted Heathen with a $5 super chat. In a business sense, Bungie has more than likely been put on a PIP. What is that, a performance improvement program? I've been out of the corporate world for so long, brother. I've been my own boss for 12 years. I don't even know what that means. A Destiny 3 announcement would go hard at a Summer Game Fest? Yeah. Yeah, if Bungie's like, oh yeah, we're working on Destiny 3, that's a really, really great way to drown out the fact that Marathon's like, falling beneath the water. Marathon was late to the extraction shooter hype peak around 2018, 2022. Now it's a hated genre. Just like Battle Royale. Commando Striker, I'm going to operate as if you just woke up from a coma. Have you heard of a game called Arc Raiders? What do you What do you mean? What are you talking about? Arc Raiders just came out, like end of 2025. It exploded. People don't hate extraction shooters. They just don't really like Marathon. Arc Raiders isn't really an extraction shooter. Be quiet. I don't want to hear that for the rest of the day, or I will turn this car around. I don't want to hear that. Arc Raiders is an extraction shooter. Yes, I have said many times, it is a PvE looter shooter in disguise. I said that before it was cool to say that. I was one of the first people to say that. I was like, this is not really functioning like an extraction shooter for the bulk of the player base. It's a PvE looter shooter in disguise. That's why it's being so successful. They pulled off the greatest trick ever. The greatest trick the devil ever pulled was tricking the world into thinking that he didn't exist. And the greatest trick that Embark Studios ever pulled was tricking people into thinking that it wasn't a PvE looter game still. That's what they were originally building, and that's what they shipped. That's what people are playing. That's why as soon as the sweaty PvP boys like Shroud, as soon as they could sink their teeth into a game with really good PvP and gunplay, they were like, yeah, that's Unk Raiders. That's for dads. As soon as they had something else to sink their teeth in, all of a sudden Arc Raiders wasn't all that. It went from Game of the Year in Shroud's mind to being Hello Kitty because it's not hard enough and it's the PvP isn't really the way, it's not really the reason to play Ark. It just isn't. I mean, Tfue puts on an amazing show, but I mean, come on. That's not how the game's designed. He's playing the game in a very divergent way. It's fun to watch. Tfue's amazing, but that's just not how the game was built. Corgi, I need to thank Corgi for 13 months over there on Purple. Thanks for your Prime sub. If they announce Destiny 3 now, wouldn't that even further kill Marathon? I don't necessarily agree with the timing. I don't think Creature was necessarily saying do it this Summer Game Fest, but maybe next year. It depends on how quickly they think they can build a Destiny 3. If they feel like they can spin it up in 3 to 4 years, you could announce it this. I would actually announce it at the Game Awards. If you feel you can spin it up in 3 to 4 years, do it at the very end of the year. Don't do it in the summer. Hear me out, says Unique. I get way more anxiety and fear while extracting an arc opposed to Marathon. For me, Marathon feels like an arena Apex Legends. Do you want to know why you don't feel that anxiety in Marathon? The frequency with which you have to fight. It deadens your senses to it. When I played the server slam of Marathon, running into a player was just pulse pounding because it didn't happen all that often. So you'd hear footsteps and you'd be like, you were like that squirrel in the front yard. It's like just, doing his thing. He's eating his little snack and all of a sudden he hears something and he freezes. That's what it felt like. Playing Marathon and randomly hearing a person, you were like, oh my gosh, there's somebody here. Then the game launched. Everybody complained about the lack of PvP encounters. The game launched and you're running into players like every couple of minutes. So it just deadens you to it. You're like, yeah, that's just the expectation. Yeah, there's just people everywhere. It's basically a PvP match with loot. It just kills the intensity immediately for me. I'm like, yeah, it's just a meat grinder. I'm going to go to a point to try to hack a terminal or find a key card, and there's going to be players there. I'm going to have to fight. If it's your first night in Fight Club, you have to fight. Like, if it's your first 5 minutes in a match in Marathon, you have to fight. It's just, it completely deadens the excitement. Absolutely, all teams are dead by mid-match. Yeah, it's, I'm telling you, I said this when they debuted the game last year and they had their alphas. Like, they don't know what they're doing. They don't know what they're doing. Thank you guys for 300 likes on YouTube, by the way. Great milestone over there. That feeling still happens for me in Marathon. I don't know what people are talking about. If you play with sweats, then you just want to kill the lobby, then they are playing for different reasons. No, that I was playing Wee Little Boots. I was playing by myself, trying to do quests, and I just kept running into players. And I was like, okay. It was no longer intense. It was like, well, now I'm just playing a PvP game now. Okay. And then people were like, well, no, you need to squad fill. So I squad filled. Do you want to know what we did? We went to the point where I was trying to do my quest. There was a team there fighting bots. We shot them in the back. It was not satisfying at all. Time to kill is incredibly fast, and you're just killing people that are already engaged in a fight. It's not like an actual PvP match where like you're maintaining a zone or focused on, choke points, and moving from room to room. It's just, oh, these people aren't looking. Ha! And you shoot them in the back. And that was it. There was nothing intense about it at all. Echo says, your influence and persuasion kept players from trying the game. It's why the numbers aren't high. You can't be serious. You must have typed that and forgot to put a kappa. The TTK is similar to Call of Duty. Yeah, it's just too fast. There's no listen. Sweaties like it because Sweaties fine-tune everything. They have their movement. They have their target acquisition. They have their build finely crafted to just laser melt you. That's why they love it. Guys, the average player's like, what the heck? Why did I'm dead that fast? They're dead that fast? I love Lono, but he ain't that influential. Tell him. We're nobody in the grand scheme of the conversation. I mean, for a nobody, people sure do pay a lot of attention to me. I'm showing up in a lot of videos, but never seen such a small YouTuber get so much attention. I'm living in a lot of places rent-free. It's wonderful. I'm in the real estate business, baby. I'm everywhere. Neo Reaper with the $5 super chat says, I've seen a lot of people suggest making cryo PvE, being how hard it is. Listen, there's a significant dilemma. There is a really, really big dilemma if you want to do that in a game. Like, fundamentally change its identity. Watching average players with that TTK, says Polarin, yeah, they die really fast. Like, they didn't even have a chance to counter, but I guess that's the point. Well, Shroud even talked about that. I was watching his stream, and he said, you can lose primo gear, and it's not even like you make a significant mistake. You just die really fast, and you can't counter. He said he went in a room. There was a guy in a corner head glitching. And he died. Dead. Shroud could do nothing. Just dead. Guy in the corner. Missed him. He was head glitching. Just dead. Loot gone. That fast. Like, I think the average player, that's like super, super hard to... I've talked about this before in games where... I talked about this in Wolong. You guys remember Wolong? I think it's a Team Ninja game, isn't it? Wheezy, are you still here? That's a Team Ninja game, I believe. And their games are they're a little too fast for me. I'm a slow old man, okay? I liked Rise of the Ronin, but like I don't think I could hang with Neo, and I don't think I couldn't hang with Wolong. When I was playing Wolong's demo, it was so fast, I couldn't figure out what I was doing when I successfully parried versus when I missed. I couldn't figure it out. I was like, it's so fast. It felt inconsistent. Maybe it was. Maybe the parries were inconsistent in the demo. Maybe it wasn't that I'm slow. Maybe they patched it. I don't know. There were people that were pretty critical of that game. I don't know why they were critical. I was like, I can't figure out what I'm doing right and wrong. There were times where I would parry, and I'm like, oh, that looked awesome. And then there's times where I would miss, and I'm like, I feel like I'm hitting it at the same time. Like, I feel like I'm reading the telegraph. Like, anyways, it was impossible for me to receive information for betterment because it was so fast. That's what fast TTK tends to feel like. You're not like, oh, I'll be better next time. I know what I did wrong. It's, oh, that guy got the jump on me. He saw me first. Like, that's just difficult, I think, for the average person to, like, intake that because it feels futile. It's like you died by the sheer nature and design of the game. There's not much you could have done to mitigate it. That'll leave you feeling pretty powerless. Like, oh, okay. And when you're losing loot, that adds to it. It's like, I guess I'm just going to lose loot regularly to bad luck. Do you want to lose loot to bad luck? I sure don't. Oh, I entered a room. There was a guy waiting for me. He was head glitching and he melted me and I lost my loot. There's no lesson. It's just, okay, and like what Zubair is saying, that's not even really a skill issue. It's like, well, they got the jump on me. That's the problem with really fast TTK like that. It's like, there's not really a lesson to be learned. You just got unlucky. You're like, well, you got the jump on me. It's like, there was a guy that ran in the room the one time. I knew he was coming. We drew down on each other. Both of us had reasonable target acquisition, and we both went down very quickly. We traded, and it was just like, okay. Next time I'll just shoot better. Okay. It's just, over. That's one of the reasons, like, I like a game that where, like, I can sort of assess what I did wrong. And I'm like, yep, that was my fault. I know what to do differently now. I messed that up. Like, I feel that way when I play Returnal. I feel that way when I played First Berserker Kazan. I felt like, yep, I know what I did wrong. Now, I played Kazan on beginner, but all it does is help you to live longer. You cannot button mash your way through First Berserker Kazan. Go put it on beginner, and what helps is that you just stay alive longer. So you can... What I like about that, this is personally why I loved First Berserker Kazan on beginner. It gives me opportunities to adapt and learn within the fight instead of like dying and having to come back and like earn my way to second phase. And now I'm kind of figuring things out dead. Okay, so second phase, he's got a double and a triple, and then he goes into his neutral stance where I can get some punishment. Like, instead of learning that through death, I learn it in the midst of the fight, and I enjoy that more. That's just my own personal preference. You might enjoy having a game absolutely kick your teeth in, and you're like, that's where I like to learn. I think the difficulty with a game like Marathon is there really isn't a lesson a lot of the times. It's just, that guy got the jump on you. Yeah, they were waiting in the room for you. They were sound whoring. They heard you coming. They stopped moving, hit around a corner, and just blasted you as soon as you came over the shotgun. Like, there's no real lesson there. Or you go to extract and there's a guy hiding and he just shoots you in the back. Like, there's not a real lesson there. You can have your head on a swivel and not see somebody who's just straight up hiding. I disagree with that. Part of the game skill is positioning yourself so people don't get the jump on you. I mean, I would consider Shroud to be one of the better players in the game that I've watched, and even he said that sometimes there's just nothing you can do. He walked into a room, there was a guy in a corner head glitching, and it was like that's all it took to take him out. There wasn't like a, what's the lesson? Don't go in that place, don't go in that room. You should have seen the future. As soon as a PvP game looks in PvE's direction, their game becomes a PvE game. Oil and water. PvE players want nothing to do with PvP players. PvP players love ruining PvE players' games. It's a bad mix. Map knowledge and positioning is what you learn. Oh, okay. That still doesn't mean you can win that fight. It's the opportunity for course correction and improvement is so tight. I think that's what people are missing in what I'm saying. Like, the time to kill is so fast. Your map knowledge and positioning don't mean much when you can literally, it's like, it's milliseconds of adjustment time to be like, well, I died. Oh, I won. What did you do differently? I shot better? Like, I had slightly faster target acquisition than them? Like, okay, like... Shroud is upset because a low-level player can quickly take him out. That's good for casuals. I don't think there's a single thing about Marathon that's good for casuals. Map knowledge means nothing with some idiot head glitching in a dark corner. Right, then you just know that that's a potential head glitch, so maybe you enter the room differently or something. That still puts you at a distinct disadvantage. He's there, he's ready, he's aiming, right? He's hard scoping the door, and the only thing visible is like the top of his head. We're supposed to get aimbotters out of games, not develop aimbot as a natural skill. Skill issue, bro. You gotta be a bot. TTK is too fast, sure, says Wee Little Boots, but... what's a solution you're offering that doesn't diminish the rest of the game? Well, for starters, I think that's a fair question. I am not offering a solution, so allow me to attempt to offer one. And they've already kind of done this. I think you could raise the floor on survivability if you just always give people like a base level shield instead of like in the early game like you're going in naked. Well, what they have to be careful of then is, if the floor of your health is too high, then late game shields are going to make it really, really unfun to fight. Like, the time to kill is going to get too long, right? So, what you would want to do is gear the game backwards. So, like, take the most stacked player you possibly can, and I think you should make their time to kill reasonably difficult, because it's a stacked player. When you get to that echelon of time, you should not be able to melt that player significantly fast. And then you just scale down from there to where the average player starting out has like what we would consider to be a pretty normal TTK. So then your aspiration is to get up here and to have better, like you have more survivability. The weird thing about the conversation, I think, in this game in particular, is that people commonly talk like, well, you don't want players to be too hard to kill at the upper echelons. Why? You're getting ridiculously strong weapons. Like, I saw Grenader Jake killing bots, and I think even people, so incredibly fast that the person probably didn't even know what happened. It just deleted, just dunk, 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 dead. Like, what? Well, I think it's okay at that echelon to have shields and survivability be increased quite a bit, because that's going to be offset by the stronger weapons. It's a bit of a seesaw, right? Like, you start out, you're not quite strong enough, you get slightly better weapons, and then people get slightly better shields, and it kind of goes like this as you're going up. Instead of like, well, I do all this work, and I do all this grind to get really strong weapons, and now I'm just deleting people in milliseconds, and there's no way to counter it. Okay. If that's your end game, good luck. The big streamers are just farming lobbies, wiping the whole lobby. Yeah, I saw clips, and I'm like, dope shirt, sir, thank you, feed. I saw clips, and I was like, I think that's just going to make people leave faster. If that's the destination, if that's the end game, Like, oh wow, the lucky people who got to run cryo and get loot are just deleting people in lobbies. That's their reward. That's always been a dilemma with Destiny whenever you have a loot-based PvP game. That's always been the dilemma. Like, when you drop onto a Fortnite map or an Apex map, like, RNG plays a role, but somebody's not dropping into the map with the best gun ever, so that the minute you cross their path, it's like, yeah, my chances of beating this person's non-existent. I'm telling you, having a loot-based PvP environment, I just think Bungie's proven time and time again over the years, they're not good at this. They're not. Because what they end up doing is they create weapons that are the pinnacle, metagaming descends on the game, and then everybody else leaves. Because everybody else is like, I don't want to play. Why would I want to do that? So that's the pinnacle. The pinnacle achievement is grinding a ridiculously hard piece of content and then getting guns that are so insanely strong that it's like almost like a guaranteed win in the fight. Like, okay, it took like a cheat. Do you see what I'm saying? It's like, I think that's why Cryo Archive is creating exodus within the game. I think it's why it's creating a downward trend. Devin says, I miss you since D2, brother. You've always had solid takes. Thank you. Longer TTK will force absolute metas. I think it's a ground level problem that doesn't have a clean solution. I mean it. I think it's a ground level problem that doesn't have an easy solution. The minute you have a loot-based PvP game, you're going to run into this problem. You are. Why? Why, Lono? Why does loot-based PvP turn into this? I'll explain it. The only way that you create an incentive for people to play and even go into aspirational content in a loot-based game is you got to have really good loot. And as soon as you introduce that into a PvP game, you're already in a world of trouble. Because now your most committed players, your most skilled players are going to end up with the best stuff. There it is. That's the equation. That's your starting position. Loot-based PvP games are always going to face this conundrum. This isn't new, boys. I'm having PTSD flashbacks of the Suros regime and the Found Verdict in D1 PvP. Exactly, Dodevas. Good to see you, Dodevas. Like, that's a shout out. When I finally got the Suros regime, they nerfed it. Do you want to know why they nerfed it? Because of PvP. I wasn't playing PvP. I wasn't. I was grinding strikes. And they nerfed my baby before I could get it. I was mad. $2 super chat from Dr. Pimp. Destiny mainly vex Mythoclast melting folks for PvP. Every extraction shooter, this is the biggest problem. Welcome to hardcore PvP. It doesn't seem to be a problem in Arc Raiders. There are certainly coveted weaponry and coveted weapons and builds in Arc Raiders, but it doesn't seem to be nearly the same at all over there. You're calling this hardcore PvP? No, this is not hardcore PvP. It isn't. Hardcore PvP is like CSGO or like Valorant. A loot-based PvP game where like you can go and grind a really hard activity and get loot that destroys people. You think that's a hardcore PvP game? People calling Marathon hardcore PvP is so funny because Tarkov exists. Like you said, the TTK is so fast, the people with them guns can be killed. Well, but there's a huge difference between the time to kill with these good weapons and the normal time to kill. Robinson's, that's the issue. The good weapons, the time to kill that I'm seeing in some of the clips that I'm seeing, I'm like, that's absurd. It's so fast. It's like the difference between a train and a bullet train. It's like, yeah, they're both fast. They're both effective ways to travel across a country, but it ain't the same. Creature says, who sees first is not hardcore. Sorry. Weren't we just talking about how skill can be irrelevant? Seeing me first isn't skill. It can be with respect to map awareness and listening to sound, but it also can be total just sitting still waiting sound whoring. Like, seeing me first can be a total cheese play. I mean, We've all been there. We've all made those plays. You know? We've all been there. We've all made those plays. There's no shame in it, boys. There's no shame being a camper. But ain't a whole lot of skill sitting staring at a door because you know someone's coming through. And they have no recourse. They just open the door and they check right and you're left. They got unlucky. Hardcore PvP would be the best players getting more and more handicaps. I don't necessarily know if I agree with that. I don't know if I would call a game like this hardcore PvP when you can literally grind for the absolute best gear, and then that gear allows you to kill faster. Division 1 Dark Zone did so many things right. It also did a lot of things wrong, dude. It was grief central. There were builds in Division 1 Dark Zone was absolute bedlam. It was bedlam. And I know that's why some of you liked it, but it wasn't exactly what I would call like a balanced and positive environment. Division 1 Dark Zone was an imbalanced, grief-riddled mess. It was a mess. And I know some of y'all liked it because it was messy. And some of y'all liked it because it was such a grief central. But I don't think I would modify or structure or model anything after Division 1 Dark Zone. I wouldn't, because it's not going to last. It isn't. It's not going to last. It wasn't balanced at all, but I loved it. Yeah, it was like a really, really crazy party that you're like, yeah, we can't do this every weekend. You know what I'm saying? You throw an insane party and everyone's there and the house kind of gets trashed and, you know, maybe some furniture gets broken. You can't do that every weekend. You just can't. That's what the Division 1 Dark Zone was. It was like, yeah, this is wild. This is crazy. This is just unhinged. This can't last. You'll never retain a player base with a game like that. You just won't. It's a quick exit for so many people. It just shrinks down to this crazy toxic group very, very quickly. DMZ turned me off to the game. It became the only way to get high-end gear set. Oh, Dark Zone, I think you meant to say, not DMZ. DMZ was a thing in Call of Duty. Dark Zone against really good builds was impossible with people who camp the spawn locations. Oh yeah, it was absurd. You just got farmed. You just got absolutely farmed. Creature says, I still come out of every door I walk through in games in full-on war mode thanks to Div 1. Yeah. Like, check. You're playing PvE games like that. Maybe the better guns get negative attributes attached to them. I'm be real with you, Anthony. I have been talking about this for a long time. I am 44 years old, and I have spent a fourth of my life. I have spent 1/4 of my life talking about how to handle this, and I don't know if there's a solution. Loot-based PvP, it's like an equation without an answer. It's like, I don't know what the answer is. If it's loot-based, you're going to motivate your most committed and your most skilled players with loot. As soon as you do that, you're like, well, the loot's got to be good. Okay. You've just lost. There it is. It's over. That we haven't even had the conversation yet. It's like, I'm telling you, for a fourth of my life, I've talked about this, and I'm like, I don't know what the answer is. I don't. The most balanced PvP games are PvP games. They are. Games like Valorant. You guys playing Rivals. I mean, how balanced is Rivals? I don't know. But, like, the most balanced games, that's all they do. Feed is seeing ads on purple. Somebody take care of that. If not, I will. Hang on. I can't do it over there. I've got to restart chat. Feed. Open native user card. Gift a sub. Gift a subscription. Too slow, Twitch. I did it. There you go, feed. No more ads on Twitch. I don't know how to make it easy for newcomers. PvE on the first 2 maps would get boring kind of quickly. Not for people who like PvE. What's so interesting, Prosy, you know what's really interesting? Is everybody said that, the Arc Raiders would be so boring if it was just PvE. Look at how people are playing the game. I agree that the PvP is what makes it work because it adds that potency, that intoxicating sort of like, oh, I got good loot, I got to get out of here. Like, that wouldn't happen without PvP. Who's Feed? Always been curious, but assumed personal. I don't know Feed in real life. Feed is transcendent. Feed is omnipresent. He's always here. He's just been a super faithful guy. He's followed me since, I don't even know when. He followed me earlier than 2019. It says he's been following me since 2019 on Twitch. I know he's been following me since before that. He was just a faithful dude, and he would always come in and greet me, and he would greet me until I said hello, and he would always compliment my shirt. I don't know. Feed's the man. We've always taken care of him. Arc Raiders is boring, though, but there's a market for slow explorative gameplay. Right, and that's the thing, JCP. I think people underestimate how many PvE boys and Destiny boys would play Marathon if it was just a PvE grind. Feed is love, feed is life. This is true. What's good, Jake? I love Marathon. I just want them to make some changes to be more welcoming to the casual gamers without watering down the entire experience. Well, Crowded, that's why I said I don't know the answer. The answer to Marathon's problem is to fundamentally change the game, and I don't think they want to do that. Feed has been here since every day since Lono turned the Connect on in front of those posters. Those posters were not on the wall. They were on big, huge boxes so that you couldn't see my gross basement behind me. It was like that, Lono says, unique. Now you can very easily manipulate the aggression-based matchmaking to basically eliminate that extraction tension. ABMM has to go. ABMM is why the game is so popular. They can't get rid of ABMM. Aggression-based matchmaking is why Arc Raiders is so popular. I tried to tell people in those early weeks, I said, I think there's something going on in the matchmaking. The opening weekend, I told people, I said, there's something in the matchmaking. That if you play peaceful, you get a peaceful experience. Yes, you can still get shot. Yes, PvP was still there. Weekend 1, I said this, and people thought I was out of my head. And I was like, no, there is something going on. I can feel it in my bones. I can feel it down in my plums. I was like, something's going on in this game. And then they confirmed it. And now people are like, oh, it's ruining the game. The game was popular before ABMM. Due to you nuts. ABMM's been in there since the beginning, dude. It wasn't implemented until December. Are you high? Been there since day one. It's been there since day one. An artist confirmed that there was some level of behavioral matchmaking extremely early on. Broken Earth with a 5 bomb gets us to 141. And people dismissed him and said he's just an artist. You're straight up misinformed. Homie, I've been covering Arc Raiders since day one. You are not paying attention. I've been covering this game since the first time I could play it that wasn't like closed. And I am here to tell you, it was implemented before Cold Snap. Not true. Not true. I'm going to explain to you what happened. Some measure of behavioral matchmaking was being utilized and tested from the very beginning of the game. From the very beginning. Now, maybe they officially rolled it out in a comprehensive way and confirmed this in interviews around Cold Snap. Homie, it was on and working before that. I played for 20-something hours before they confirmed it and before they quote-unquote officially rolled it out. I played for 20-something hours, and I never had to get into PvP fights almost at all. I died to like 3 players. That's not possible unless there is some sort of behavioral matchmaking going on. And the artist who confirmed behavioral matchmaking, he confirmed it well before the CEO spoke to it and well before they said they implemented it. Why would the artist say that just randomly? $5 super chat from Zach Black. They need to add a co-op campaign. I don't know if it's possible. Aggression-based matchmaking still killed the experience for a lot of people. No, it didn't. It killed the experience for people that want to farm PvE players, and you're not the majority. It's why they don't care. They've not made any adjustments. They've not once acknowledged that complaint from the PvP boys. Do you want to know why? I've said it for a very long time. Y'all are the minority. You will cannibalize a game like that. You will devour it and spit it out the other side. They know this. They know from their own internal player reports that they're not going to cater the game to the people that want to sweat and do PvP. They're not. I respectfully disagree with you regarding ABMM. You can disagree. I think the proof is in the pudding. They're not adjusting it, and they're not conceding to the PvP boys. They're not. Because I don't think there's enough of you, and I don't think you pay the bills. There is zero extraction tension due to ABMM. Subjective to your experience. We had a guy in here just the other weekend, and he said his friend told him a huge story about how he finally found some really high value loot, and the guy's pulse was pounding until he extracted. That was like a week ago. People are still having an intense and fun experience. I think your experience probably has been deadened because like you feel like you're not running into as many people, and you're doing comparative gameplay, which is fine. But you're doing a comparison, and you're like, oh, it's not as intense as it once was. Aggression-based matchmaking was confirmed by Embark Studios to be implemented around the late December to early January. Yeah, and prior to that, behavioral matchmaking was confirmed by an artist. You're wrong. I've been covering this since Moment 1. You're also assuming that when they implemented it, that it wasn't already in place for lots of players as testing. You think they just threw it into the wild? Brother, they were clearly testing it. It was working. Those of us that were committed to playing friendly had a very friendly experience. They only confirmed it. It was already in the game at some level. The artist literally said that they were using behavioral matchmaking before it was confirmed and the CEO spoke to it. Those things happen. Stupid Chrome. Those things happen months apart. Hang on. I'm having a refresh. Chrome does this crash thing and I lose my chats. You're not aggressive enough, bro. That's just when they admitted it. That's exactly right. If you think that Arc Raiders hit the ground running and only added aggression-based matchmaking later, I think you're just very, very naive on the topic. They were clearly testing it. It was in there. It was being tweaked. It was being fiddled with. And then they were like, oh, no, yeah, it's in there. We're confirming its existence. We're rolling it out. If you play defensive, you still get put into PvP games. If you want the PvP feeling, you can manipulate the game to make it happen. The point of this discussion is, you trust an artist over the CEO and lead dev? You've backed yourself into a corner? I have. What? So you think the artist lied? What reason would the artist have to lie? The CEO and the lead dev did not say, it hasn't been in the game up until now. They didn't say that. They didn't falsify what the artist said. You understand how this works, right? Like, the artist comes out and says there's behavioral matchmaking. People are like, we don't believe the artist. CEO comes in later and says and confirms that they've implemented into the game. That doesn't falsify what the artist said. Also, I'm here to tell you, it was in the game and being tested and tweaked before they officially confirmed it and rolled it out. It was so obvious you could manipulate it. You don't get to 20 and 30 hours and never really having to get in PvP fights if it's not in the game. The lead dev simply confirmed its existence. Yeah, that's the other point, is you're completely misreading it to fit your narrative. They confirmed its existence. They didn't say, yeah, it's not been in the game until right now. They didn't say that. You're projecting that onto the conversation. It's a little dishonest. They did not say, yeah, it's not been in the game at all. I don't know what people are talking about. It was 100% in the game from moment one. Who cares when they implement it? You spent 5 minutes talking about it? Leave if you don't like the topic. You're not going to win this argument. Lono was proving it from week one. I was. I put it on display. I showed people. I was like, you can totally get friendly lobbies. Maybe it was being tested, but you really think it just happened to be, you just happened to be in the cohort that had early ABMM the entire time? Think about it this way, Beans. I don't necessarily think you had to be in the group that was being tested. I think early on, it was probably very overtuned. Like, I was super peaceful, so I got peaceful lobbies. And there were people that were super sweaty, and they got sweaty lobbies. Everybody else was probably getting a mixed bag. Because, like, if you fought a little bit and then didn't, or played peaceful and then shot one person, like, I think it was super extreme when it first rolled out. Because my first game, I was like committed. I was like, I'm not going to shoot back. I told people, I said, I'm not going to shoot back. I believe there are friendly players in this game. And I didn't shoot back. My very next game, friendly player. Very next game, friendly players. Friendly players. Friendly players. Friendly players. From moment one, I was committed to not shoot other players. And I almost never ran into PvP. It was remarkable. A week later, I said, I think there's something in the game. I think they're analyzing your behavior to ensure re-engagement patterns. Because if you're more PvE, more friendly focused, you're not going to stick around for a very long time if you just keep getting killed. So I theorized there was some type of behavioral matchmaking. Then the artist confirmed that there was behavioral matchmaking in the game. He's like, oh yeah, we use behavioral matchmaking. It totally analyzes the behavior of the player and tries to match them accordingly. And everybody dismissed it and said, well, it's just an artist. They don't know what they're talking about. Like, what? The artist works at the company. They clearly know that there's something in the game like that. They wouldn't randomly use that type of phrasing just out of thin air. They just made up some behavioral matchmaking narrative. It was confirmed to be in the game later by lead dev CEO. It was 100% active in the game from moment one. It was. It was clear as day. I'm going to lose this because I'm up against a dude on his own platform and he's got an army of fans backing him up. Obviously, I'm losing this debate. It doesn't mean I'm wrong. I think it's wrong because you haven't substantiated your position. Nobody's going to argue fallacy of the group. Just because everybody in chat, just because a bunch of people in chat are agreeing with me doesn't make me right and you wrong. That's called fallacy of the group. You have not substantiated your position. The CEO and lead dev would have to come out and say, it has not been on up until this point. And even then, if they said that, I wouldn't believe them. But they didn't say that. They didn't. They merely confirmed its existence at a certain point in time. There was some version of behavioral matchmaking in Arc Raiders from the first day. It was easy to see. It was easy to test and prove. I put videos out telling people to test it. They told me, yep, it's working. And then the CEO comes out weeks later and confirms there is some measure of aggression-based matchmaking that has been implemented into the game. We don't know the timeline. We don't. But there was something in the game from the beginning that was doing it. By the way, the interview with the artist was in January, which lines up closer to my timeline than yours. No, this was shortly after. This was shortly after. When did Arc Raiders release? Arc Raiders release date. This is relevant to Marathon. So it released in October, okay? Arc Raiders, let me go to my own coverage. I remember distinctly telling people, because I was literally, Thanksgiving was November. At the end of my Thanksgiving trip, I had over 30 hours in the game, and I never really ran into much PvP at all. That was in November, brother, not January. Let's see. December 28th, I said, Arc Raiders PvE lobbies confirmed, but there's a catch. That was December 28th, not January. Now, I don't know if that point in time, on December the 4th, I have a video called Arc Raiders How to Get PvE Runs. You are quite literally wrong in the timeline. December the 4th, like I said, I came back from Thanksgiving and I told people, you can 100% manipulate your matchmaking and get PvE lobbies. I've got a video, December the 4th, how to get PvE runs. It was around this time, between that video and when I made my video that said the lobbies have been confirmed, the artist at some point in that time said something. They did not say it in January. You've got the timeline wrong once again. What's this, Jazster? What's the timeline here? December the 12th. Your bloodlust does have consequences in Arc Raiders, as a dev confirms. We do analyze and match accordingly. Once again, wrong on the timeline. I told you. It was in there from moment one. The game came out in October. Yeah, you said in January they confirmed it had been put into the game. This guy is saying, oh yeah, the game's been out for about a month and a half. Yeah, we analyze your behavior and we match accordingly. This was in December. This is when we were theorizing before this was stated. I theorized on like December the 4th that there was something in the game doing this. It's been in the game since moment one, brother. There's no way it came out Halloween, by the way. So it basically came out. So the month of November closes and this guy's saying, oh yeah, we analyze your behavior. I get 30-something hours in the game, and I'm like, I'm never getting in PvP fights. I literally told my nephews the week of Thanksgiving. So the game had been out for 3 weeks. And I told my nephews, please don't get in fights. You'll mess up my matchmaking. That was 3 weeks into the game's launch, and I already could tell that it was working. And guess what? They didn't get in PvP fights, and they got me a bunch of loot, and they almost never had to fight other players. I got to 30-something hours, almost never dealing with PvP after the game had been out for 3 weeks. A week or two later, the artist is like, oh no, yeah, we analyzed your behavior and we match accordingly. And everybody dismissed him because he was an artist. I'm telling you, you've got the timeline wrong. You're incorrect on this. Show that. I don't believe you. I don't know what he's saying now. Lords of the Fallen 2 is having another Lifting the Veil deep dive today as well. A better look at the Umbral system into the game. When are they doing that, Mikey? I'll admit I was wrong about the timeline. I 100% believe they were testing it before that, and maybe you were in a cohort that had it. I believe that, but it wasn't the experience for everyone. As I said, I think it was on for everybody, Beans, but it wasn't finely tuned yet. That's why some people were like, I'm not having that experience. And I was like, you're shooting back. And the game doesn't know that you're defending yourself. It just knows that you're shooting other players. Because when I put out my video on December the 4th, I had a lot of people leave a comment. And they're like, I don't know what you're talking about, Lono. I'm getting attacked all the time. And I was like, you're probably shooting back. And it's not been fine-tuned. All it knows is you're putting damage on bodies. They were testing everybody. I even told people it seemed to be tied to those surveys at the end of the match. If you took those surveys at the end of the match, and if you got into a PvP encounter, and you were like, I didn't like that, it seemed to adjust as well. Maybe I just don't understand what the point of the debate is. Allow me to catch you up. One of the reasons that I have theorized for a very long time that Arc Raiders was so successful from moment one is because from the very beginning, they knew we have to match people according to what they want to get out of the game. We can't let this turn into Grief Central. If somebody wants to have a more peaceful existence and they want to use prox chat, they were doing interviews on Twitch where they said, the primary goal of this game is to not fight other players. It's not a PvP game. They're like, that's not it. They added PvP for tension. From the very beginning, I told people the reason this game is working is it's a social experiment. The tension is what makes it so captivating and so intoxicating. And they knew from moment one they needed something that would match people according to behavior. Now, the dialogue from people that hate aggressive-based matchmaking, the reason it sent us down this debate is people started saying they implemented aggression-based matchmaking and it ruined the game. And I was like, no, it's been in there since the beginning. I was telling people it was in there since the beginning. 2 to 3 weeks into the game's launch, I told my nephews, please don't get into PvP fights. You will ruin my matchmaking. This is in the very beginning when the game is at its height. And it was going on. So this false narrative starts forming that like, well, they instituted ABMM and that's why the numbers are going down. No, the numbers are going down because it's just the natural course of a live service game. People are getting bored. They want new content. They need new things to do. That's why the numbers are going down. They're not going down because of ABMM. I don't believe that. I think ABMM is one of the main reasons that Arc Raiders has been so successful. This is relevant to Marathon. Marathon went in the other direction. Marathon was like, welcome to our game. You suck and get nothing. And we don't care if you're having a bad time. That was like the posture of the community. It was the posture of the game. That is one of the lead reasons that game got no traction. They did a server slam, and I was told that the server slam wasn't representative of what the player base was going to be. I really want you to go back and watch my coverage of the server slam and watch how many of the fans of the game just would not admit that this doesn't look like a good start. This game's not very welcoming. You're not going to get momentum. You're not going to get word of mouth. Arc Raiders had word of mouth. It was like, you've got to play this game. I don't like extraction shooters. Lono doesn't like extraction shooters, and he played for 30 hours. You got to check out Arc Raiders. My neighbor across the street is playing Arc Raiders. It's like word of mouth was just spreading like wildfire. Marathon had the exact opposite experience. It had the exact opposite experience. It was like, welcome to the game. You're going to have a bad time. We don't care if you have a bad time. In fact, our community is going to tell you to get out if you're having a bad time. They're going to say, you're not good enough, skill issue, leave. And I said, when we looked at the Steam chart numbers for the server slam, I said, that's a bad sign. People are playing and immediately dipping. It's like, boom, just down. Next day, less players. Next day, less players. Like nobody was re-engaging. And everybody told me, well, they're not re-engaging because nothing's going to carry over into the launch version of the game. And I was like, so they're not going to test any of the factions and any of the gear to know where they want to kind of like set their sights, where they want to target their first grind, where they want to target their first efforts. Oh, by the way, maybe you're right and people aren't playing because their stuff won't carry over. Why aren't there new players replacing them? There was no momentum. There was no consumer inertia. And I said, that's a bad thing. And I was given assurances that that wasn't representative of what the game was going to be at launch. And those people were 100% wrong. The numbers at launch were not higher than the server slam, and they've been in decline ever since. Why? Not because it doesn't have aggression-based matchmaking. That's not it. Aggression-based matchmaking represents a posture. The posture of Embark was, we need people to have a good time and to keep coming back. The posture of Marathon was, this game is not for everybody. It's super unwelcoming. It's very rough around the edges. Its onboarding is atrociously bad. You have to really, really work to enjoy this game. Those are completely different postures. One is a posture where the funnel gets full, word of mouth spreads, game is super popular, makes tons of money. The posture of Marathon has been this very rigid, just unwelcoming, arm-crossed game. And look at the results. The results are... It's not even like, oh, wow, not a lot of people played it. Even the people playing it are clocking less and less hours every week. This is the trajectory leading to Cryo Archive. This is decline leading to your pinnacle, leading to your Vault of Glass moment, leading to your first piece of aspirational content. Both the ranked playlist and Cryo Archive were active this weekend. Both. And this is the trajectory of your game. This is where 70% of the sales are. So it's relevant to the conversation. It is. I just tied a huge bow on this entire debate. I brought it all together. All roads lead here. How do players feel about your game if you're live service? Marathon was happy to have people having a terrible time day one. It was like, yeah, that's kind of the design of the game. I had people in my chat telling me, you just don't understand extraction shooters, Lono. You just don't understand them. You're not supposed to fight the bots, Lono. You don't understand the game. And then the first faction quest they get you tells you to kill bots, but you're not supposed to kill the bots. People were literally just saying the first thing they could come up with to defend the game because they weren't doing analysis. They were doing defense. And it was like reactionary. If I swing at you very quickly, you're going to react, right? It's just a reaction. You're not thinking about it. If there's like a bookshelf right here and I swing at you and you go like that and you bonk your head, I'm not like, nah. You didn't think about it. It's not a thoughtful response. It's a reflexive response. I think there was so much reflexive response defending this game. Nobody really thought about what they were saying. It was just, that's just what just how these games are. They're just hardcore. It doesn't need a big player pool. And it was like, okay, I don't have a response to it's okay if the game does poorly. I don't have a response to that. I think that's why I named today's stream Reality Check. This is a reality check. Bungie is not an exception to every live service rule. They wrote the book on live service success. They know exactly what's needed. They know. And according to Reese Elliott, the guy that ran the numbers, and Paul Tassi's confirming that these numbers are accurate. They both are in agreement that Sony and Bungie aren't happy with these numbers. Dr. Red with 13 months, thank you so much over there on Purple. Let me add it to the total. Kirk says, well, cryo isn't even accessible in terms of like actually experiencing it comprehensively to anyone who can't bridge the skill gap, which is like 90% of the players. So there is going to be a considerable number of players that drop because they essentially can't engage with the end game. I said that was happening, Kirk. I said, I think as soon as Cryo Archive showed up, a lot of people were like, well, this has been fun, but it's obviously that this game is not for me. Even the people that bought it and were playing it and were in the player pool for the first 20 days, I think Cryo Archive just came in and said, yeah, this isn't for you either. People that bought the game and played the game are going to hang it up. They're like, yeah, this game's not for me. 5,000 value. I need 5,000 value kit. Level 25. And there's PvP. Oh, it's only active on the weekends? Like, what the heck? 1.2 million sold is bad. It's not a good number. They also told reviewers to wait on reviews until to experience cryo. This is going to seem strange, but I actually agree with that. I think that that's fine. I think asking people to wait on their reviews until the final piece is delivered in a live service game, I think is fine. I actually don't have a problem with that. Experience the Directive 8020 with PS5 Pro enhancements, sharp PSSR, powered visuals, dynamic shadows, realistic ray trace lighting. I cannot wait to play that game with you guys with Madam. Reviews are great, sales are not. Think of it this way. A lot of people have said that, well, but the reviews are good, Lono. The reviews are good. Okay. How can you get more people to feel that way? How can you get more people in there playing so that they feel the same way? Yeah, PC Gamer gave it a 90. It's got a really strong score on Steam. It's got, globally, like an 85%. Okay. How do you get more people to feel that way? I'll grant your point. The people that are playing the game love the game. How do you get more people to that place? I've said this today, and it was said in the past. It's a great sentence. I don't know who said it. I think it might have been Soldier on Music. Way back in the day said, Destiny 1 turned casuals into hardcore players. Destiny 2 kind of turned hardcores into casuals. And that was the dilemma, right? They inverted the pyramid. How can Marathon create spectrum so you can turn casuals into hardcore players? How? How can you do it? Kirk says it's a fantastic game. It's just designed from the ground up in a way that is not at all conducive to making money. I'm baffled as to why. The most baffling thing about it, Kirk, it's everything Bungie told Naughty Dog that they shouldn't do. It's truly dizzying as a decision. It's like you guys literally told Naughty Dog to not do this. Don't launch a game mode with a small group, with a small team. That's what they were going to do. Naughty Dog was going to launch a game mode with a small team. Bungie hubris, boys. We're going to do the thing we told you not to do. It's a bad idea. It's a bad idea to launch a game mode with a small team to support it. It won't work. And then Bungie's like, but we think we can do it. If it wasn't AAA, it would be a hit. Yeah, if it was a small team with a small lean budget, I think their results would be somewhat admirable. But here's the thing, Needler. It'd be heading to the same destination. The minimum viable player number is fast approaching. I think they may have even fallen below it already. Make a raid and add PvP within it. You have a random boss fight anytime you run into a team. Are you saying that that's how it plays, or are you saying that that's something that they should do? 5-year dev time is brutal for a AAA studio. You can't do that shooter. You can't do that with a shooter. That method will not work. You'd have to change everything. Oh, add PvE mode or it's toast. Why do you think that would ruin it, Prosy? Marathon is not the problem. Bungie's had too many CEOs and too many different visions. What are you talking about? Pete's been there for a while. Maybe they should add PvE, but it should add systems that don't that won't break the gear economy, like blues being the highest tier of gear you get for PvE, turn PvP into an aspirational mode? Maybe. Here's why I see that going poorly, Castillo. That would be like a bottle rocket of engagement that would quickly die out, because the people that would be won over by that would quickly say, this sucks, I don't want to do that. Imagine if Destiny was structured that way. Like the pinnacle activity was trials. Like you do all this work and you do all this grind and you grind strikes in public events. You're like, yeah, I'm ready to go do the pinnacle activity. And they're like, yep, the pinnacle activity is trials. And you'd be like, what? Like, it's all, it would be a bottle rocket. You'd get a bunch of people to come and play, but as soon as they realize that the destination of all their work is going into an environment where folks are going to smoke them real fast with PvP, like fast time to kill, some people said that Marathon reviews botted. Like STS Marathon had the same release and similar number of reviews the first few days, like 10,000 versus 11,000. But the Steam numbers, it's like a 1-to-4 ratio. I'm not sure I'm catching the math that you're trying to math. Are you saying that Marathon has too many reviews on Steam? It has 23,000 reviews. It's sold roughly, according to the analysts and according to Paul Tassi, who says their statistics are correct, it sold like 800,000 copies on Steam. I think 23,000 reviews out of 800,000 is pretty normal, right? I don't know. 1-to-4 ratio, I mean player number, while similar number of reviews. Oh, Slay the Spire. Hawk, I'm on your wavelength. I made the same observation. It didn't make any sense to me. Slay the Spire had like absurd player numbers, and the reviews were like they were in a similar hemisphere of total. It was bizarre. Slay the Spire to Steam. Yeah, make sense of this. Slay the Spire only has about 10,000 more reviews than Marathon on Steam. Make of that what you will. There were rumors that before Marathon came out, they were like heavily curating the comment section and like bot commenting their videos. And I guess a video even got deleted. And Slay the Spire has only 10,000 more reviews. Slay the Spire 2 only has 10,000 more reviews than Marathon. That don't make no sense. Like, huh? Slay the Spire 2 has sold way more copies. It's only netted another 10,000 reviews. What I'm saying is the Marathon review count seems abnormal. Let's look at another one that we know sold really, really well. Resident Evil 9, same deal. 44,000 review total. It just, I don't know. It does seem strange that both Slay the Spire 2 and Resident Evil 9 are not like miles ahead in review count. It's just bizarre. It's like they sold way more copies of like RE9 and Slay the Spire 2. I don't know. It seems weird. It's not total reviews. Slay the Spire has 89,000. Marathon has 38. Oh, for all languages. Yeah, I looked at this. 34,000. So you're telling me when I click this and I remove my language, 89,000. It probably does the same thing with Resident Evil 9. Okay, that makes more sense. Because I was like, what the frick is going on? Like, I guess the concern would be, for Marathon in particular, is, yeah, Marathon has 38,000, like you said, when you take all counts. Okay, that makes more sense. That's good clarification. That's good research. Kino Mansky. Like, that makes far more sense. Because Slay the Spire 2 and even Resident Evil 9 are more globally popular. Marathon's very, very much focused in North America. So, like, that's why the minute you remove English, like, Marathon's review count doesn't go up that much. Do you personally want the game to be successful? What is some positive criticism of the actual game, not what other people think about the game? I bought the game. I said that the faction grind was cool. When I played it in the server slam, I was like, I could totally see myself grinding this game. Like, I could totally see it. I could see myself playing the game with my wife if I didn't have to worry about PvP. I said the same thing about Arc Raiders. My wife and I would have grinded Arc Raiders. We had a couple of bad games where she was trying to get like lemons or something, and I was like, I'm not doing this. It just brings an unfun vibe to the evening for us. We're like 40 hours into Pow World. I'm just trying to chill when I'm playing games with her. So like, I would grind Marathon if it was straight PvE. If I could just not ever have to worry about some dude. Did you try duos? No, I have no desire to go into the environment and to be killed by other players. I just don't. Duos would still be the same deal. You'd still be running into players and dying. Kirk says, do you think that like Ziegler came in, saw it essentially as an unsalvageable mess in terms of being like a financial success and just decided, okay, well then we are going full passion and quality. It'll be like a niche piece of art. I'll tell you what I think Ziegler said. Ziegler said, I'm not building another man's vision. That's what I think happened. I'm not blaming Ziegler. A lot of this falls on Christopher Barrett. If he wouldn't have been a predator, then his game could have come to the market with his vision. I don't like Christopher Barrett at all. I think he got his comeuppance, and I can't wait for his trial to drag him through more embarrassment as well as Bungie. But I think his vision for Marathon was infinitely better. It was infinitely better. And I think Ziegler came in and said, I'm not building another man's game. That's what he wanted to build. That's not what I want to build. I'm not attaching my name to that. That's not what I want to do. That's not my expertise. You can cover each other in duos. That could work. Homie, Madam is good. She's not going to be good enough to hang in a quick TTK PvP environment. She's not. We're just going to die and lose our stuff. I'm serious. Marathon being where it is, it all falls on Christopher Barrett. If he would have just been able to be a good boss, they would have been able to bring his vision to market. It's on him. Who wants to take over? Who wants to take over a game and build another man's vision? Nobody wants to do that. He wouldn't feel proud of that. It's somebody else's idea. It's somebody else's game. Kirk says, as a 125-hour player, do not go into duos. Slay the Spire is a game you can sit and play brain dead. I should know. I play it. Why are we comparing this to Marathon? We're not comparing this to Marathon. We were comparing review count. Somebody was arguing that the review counts had been botted. Maybe you didn't catch that part. We weren't comparing them as games. We were comparing review count. One game being insanely commercially successful and another that hasn't been. Good point. It's too sweaty for you guys, but it could bring some back. Probably not. I don't think people are not playing because of duos. Also play Rook. Rook is free and you can band together with other Rooks. It's interesting that people say play Rook when you heard me say that I liked the faction grind and would like to grind the factions. You can't do that as Rook. So your advice is actually kind of poor. That's really poor advice to give to somebody. Man, I thought the faction grind was cool, dude. I could totally see myself grinding the factions, with my wife if it was PvE. Yeah, play Rook, where you can't do any faction grind at all. You're just doing scav runs. Dude, I'll go take a nap. I don't want to do scav runs as Rook. I'm trying to grind. I'm trying to do faction quests. I'm trying to get stuff from the factions and level the factions. I'm not trying to go in and play as Rook. You were talking about practicing PvP? Homie, you might as well tell me to go practice basketball. This short king ain't going to do it. What do you mean? I'm not going to go practice PvP. I am a scrub. I am casual dad. I don't want to play PvP. I don't want to get good at PvP. Okay? It ain't happening. You know what I've been playing? I've been playing Grind Survivors, and I'm loving it. And I've been playing Pow World with my wife, and I'm loving it. My wife left me and took the kids. Just play Rook. That was good, TJ. TJ, you had some dumb things that you said today, and you just completely redeemed yourself. That was good. Just play Rook. My house is on fire. Well, okay, play Rook, dude. What do you mean? Oh, Lord. You can grind them until they are complete, so then you can grind them again and then reset back to 0 in 3 months. Sound fun? I'll be real with you, Kurt. If it was PvE, at least for a little while, yeah. I'll tell you what, though. I'll tell you why I probably would burn out and walk away. The cosmetics aren't very cool. I don't feel like I'm like building a character, decorating a character, earning stuff for my character. I feel like I'm getting paint to like splatter on a hero or a shell. There's no personalization there, like not enough. Like the guns are cool and the grind is cool and like fighting the bots would be fun. I would especially like to play like, you know, the harder PvE environments. I think it could be pretty fun without PvP. I just don't know if they're going to do that. I just don't know. I know the game isn't for everyone, and it's a filthy Destiny casual. This made me want to get better at PvP. Also, take off crossplay. I mean, I can totally appreciate and respect that, Brandon, that you're like, man, I was a filthy Destiny casual, and I so want this game to work that I'm going to get better at PvP. I can respect that. There are people that really, really wanted this game to work, and I think a lot of it was they were Bungie starved. We've talked sometimes about Bethesda fans and how Bethesda fans are a little unique and how they will put up with Bethesda jank and what I consider to be pretty mediocre game design, and they will eat it up and they will love it. Why? Well, they're Bethesda fans. They kind of speak Bethesda's language, and Bethesda kind of scratches itches that they maybe didn't know that they had, right? Like in The Wire, when Omar said that the fat man gave him an itch he can't scratch, okay? I think sometimes a developer does that. It gives you an itch that only they can scratch. So I feel like that has happened with people with Bungie. Some of y'all got so weird about this, they don't even come around to the show right now because they're worried it's going to come up and they just don't want to hear it. They do not want to hear Lono talk about Marathon. They don't. I think some of y'all got so Bungie starved and Bungie gave you a scratch that only they can itch that you're like making Marathon work. You're like, I'm going to make this work. I'm going to contort myself to fit into the game instead of the game meeting me where I am. I'm going to meet the game where it is. I'm going to pretzel myself into basically acting like all is well, all is fine, this game's great. Why? Bungie gave you a scratch that only they can itch, and you need this game to do well and to be well. And I think I get it. I get it. Homies, I'm going to get real with you. I got really low when they banned me from the game. I got low. A game that I had played for 5 years, built a career with, and started sharing with my children was taken from me. Unjustly taken from me. I got low. I got low, boys. If I didn't have support system and a family and people, I probably wouldn't have made it. I got low. It was like, well, what am I going to do with my career? What am I going to do with my content? I can't play Destiny? Like all of a sudden it was like a part of me was ripped away, and it was like, and I had no control over it. It was just like taken. Why? Because I wanted the truth to come out about the company and what they did to me and the people that were involved. And I got retaliatory banned from the game by somebody high up who didn't want the truth to come out. I got low. It was like, well, what am I going to do now? Remember in Friday Night Lights? Booby Miles. He can't play football anymore because of an injury. And he asks his uncle, he's like, well, what am I going to do now? What am I going to do now if I can't play football? I get it. I understand what it's like to play a game for so long and be like, this is scratching an itch that only this game can scratch. You guys know it's true. You went and tried other games. You played Anthem. You played Division. You played Borderlands. You played all kinds of games over the years. And nobody can scratch that itch like Bungie can. And I think there were people that really needed and wanted Marathon to be that thing. He got banned from the game, and people are wondering why he's going on and on about Marathon numbers. It makes sense now. It would only make sense to ignorant people like you. I got banned in early 2021. I have since entirely rebuilt my career and my brand and done variety coverage and made peace with it and have defended Bungie time and time again because I do think they're experts in live service. I think Marathon has good parts to it. I have a video about how to save the game. I give advice on how they can improve the game. You don't do that if you're being petty and hateful. If I was being petty, hateful, and vengeful, homie, I'd be dancing on this game every week, every day. It's been 2 weeks since I've done a Marathon dedicated stream. It's a brand new live service game. I have heavily covered live service games for a decade. I covered Division. I covered Anthem. I covered Fortnite. I covered the latest round of live service attempts with games like Concord and games like Highguard. I talk live service games. After all my coverage of Destiny, I would say I'm a bit of an expert in this particular category. Player psychology, player incentivization, content loops, gameplay loops, how to get good re-engagement patterns. I've typically talked about how so many live service games, they're asked the question, well, how are you going to get people to come back? And I always would say, well, their answer was a technical answer. That means the game ain't going to make it. It ain't going to make it. If your answer to re-engagement questions are, well, we're going to do events and seasons and battle passes, that's a technical answer. You got to have a psychological answer to that question. Arc Raiders has a psychological answer to the question of why are people going to keep playing? Because it's a social experiment. It offers tension. It offers emergent gameplay. It offers a third space. That's why Arc Raiders has been so successful, because they considered player psychology. That's why aggression-based matchmaking is hyper relevant to this conversation. Every time we talk about this, every time we talk about re-engagement patterns and success versus failure in live service, Embark Studios gets it. Player psychology was a huge focus. It was a huge focus for Bungie when they were building Destiny 1. They had a behavioral brain scientist. His name was like John Hobson, who helped them with Destiny 1. If you don't consider the psychology of the player, you are not going to make it. It's not a technical question. Here is a game. Here are seasons. Here is content. So the frick what? Anybody can do that. Any studio can do that. How is there tension in PvE Care Bear lobbies? You wouldn't get it. It's a skill issue. Yeah, you wouldn't get it, Beans. You're not good enough to get it. It's just a skill issue. That's why. Did you ever read Matthew Ball's report on the state of gaming? The data shows that once someone finds a game that they like, rarely do they switch to something else. Yeah. Josh Strife Hayes talked about that. It's so hard to get people to leave one MMO to go to the new MMO. They don't do it. They all go back to the old MMO. It's their third space. It's their home. Skill issue? Yeah. You don't understand why a PvE lobby can have tension because it's a skill issue. You lack the ability to sympathize and empathize and understand with a different player's perspective. It's a skill issue. It's a mental skill issue. Minstree with a prime. Better for career, Destiny or Crimson Desert. Your shows have been outstanding. Keep it up. Thank you, Minstree, for 12 months. Lucas Barboza says, the tension is because even in a friendly lobby you can get hit. It's not 100% sure. There's somebody who understands it. There's somebody who gets it. Like I said, it's a skill issue. How is it a skill issue? You're straight up trolling me? See, chat? He doesn't get it. It's a skill issue. It's a mental skill issue. You can't empathize and sympathize with players that are different than you. That's a skill issue. That's your own malady and hindrance that you've got to get over. I can enter the mind of another player and understand why they like certain things. It's a skill that you need to acquire if you want to understand why Arc Raiders is working and people are happy to be in more friendly lobbies. You don't get it. Not getting something is different than a skill issue. Isn't that a daisy? Wise with a $5 super chat. The elitist marathon community will cause the downfall of the game. I said this early on, and I've said it a couple times since. You know, I've gotten a lot of hate, and people will say, "Well, you have a Bungie bias, and you hate Bungie because of what they did to you." You know, this is all coming from a bias. And I've been like, you know, what's interesting? Me covering the game and offering suggestions and insight and input, and a lot of my input being implemented into the patch notes. Not only is that vindicating to once again write Bungie's patch notes for them, that feels great. But what also feels great about that is it proves that I'm not hating on the game. You wouldn't offer suggestions, you wouldn't put out ideas on how to improve the game if you were hating on the game. Literally a skill issue. He doesn't get it. Yeah, I'm smiling. I'm entertained. It's funny that you don't get it. I'm not joking and I'm not trolling. You are genuinely lacking a skill. The skill of understanding a player's perspective that's not like you. That's a skill. Empathy and sympathy and having a more broad perspective and a more open mind to people that are different than you. That's a skill. It's a life skill that you lack. Like I said, it's a skill issue. You don't get it. You don't get why hundreds of thousands of people are playing Arc Raiders week in, week out, and are happy as a pig in slop to not have a bunch of PvP nonsense and to have more friendly lobbies. And it feels tense, and it feels enjoyable, and to them it's intoxicating. You don't get it. It's a skill issue. The fact that we're listening ends with Tolono is funny to me. I'm not sure what that sentence fell apart, Dirge. What'd you try to say? What would you like to see in Arc to bring you and your wife back to the game? I'm going to be real with you. I don't want Arc to take the PvP out, which means my wife and I would never play Arc for a very long time. I think Arc needs to keep the PvP in. It's 100% part of the cocktail. You can't take it out. It's like taking the bourbon out of an old fashioned. It's not an old fashioned anymore. You can't take that out. You can't. Which means I would never play Arc Raiders at length with my wife. I just wouldn't. As soon as we can have like a negative or like a toxic experience. And no, being killed by other players isn't toxic, but it feels toxic when you're going through it. As soon as that enters the living room for us, I'm not doing that. I'm shutting it down. We had the same thing happen with Sea of Thieves, and I was just like, I'm not doing this. I'm not going to have my evening, I'm not going to gamble my evening like that. I would never ask Arc Raiders to do that. It wouldn't work in that game. It just wouldn't. Now, somebody's going to be like, well, why would it work in Marathon? I think they're completely different games. I think they're completely different structures of grind, and I also think that Bungie's history proves that they're ignoring their core competency. Why in the world would they take the PvE out? No, PvP. Did I misspeak? I think I said PvP. The only way my wife and I would play Arc Raiders at great lengths is if we could play it PvE. That's the only way. I am not going to ask Embark to do that. I don't think they should do that. I think that would be fundamentally destructive to Arc Raiders. Its identity, its vibe, its lore, its story. It needs that element of like, are you friendly? Okay, all right. I'm keeping my eye on you. As soon as you take that out of the game, it's not the same game. Doesn't work. But when we're talking about a game and you say it's a skill issue, if you're not talking about someone's skill in gameplay, you're trolling. No, I'm not trolling. You're continuing to demonstrate that you lack the skill that I originally said that you lacked. You're really... This is an impressive run. I will say that. It's impressive. You have impressed me with your endurance, sir. Still going. It's still going. Kirk says, I don't think there's an elitist community. It seems to me that the game is designed for its core and all the systems to only be accessible to the top percent of the skillful players, which again is a questionable decision. It's not an intriguing or respectable one. Oh, if not an intriguing or respectable one. I wouldn't use the word elitist, Kirk, but it's certainly a group that's a little prickly when you talk about the game, and they're certainly quick to tell you that you suck and should go play something else, or that we shouldn't look at the player numbers. You know why I hate the game, says Arthur? Because you think that if you are good at this, you are somehow validating your life. I played, and people made fun of me for not being an expert. I'm just going to make an observation. Over the years, PvP players, there's tendencies within that group. There are. And I don't think this is meant to be a slam, but they tend to be more competitively minded people. And competitively minded people are more prone to take pride in winning, which then in turn can make them more prone to look down on those that don't. It can get very egotistical. It can get very, trash talky, right? There's a propensity within that mental framework to be a bit of a prick. I say that as a prick myself, right? I get it. Like, you're competitive, and when you win, you think you're the guy. You think you're him. And I think because that's a propensity within these environments, Twitter, Reddit, YouTube, these environments are escalation machines. Everything gets escalated. You're not bad or needing to improve. You suck, right? You're not good at the game or committed. You're a sweaty tryhard. You see, these are escalation machines. So when you take that environment of like people that just have a natural propensity to be like competitive and like trash talk, they're going to come across like elitist and gatekeepy. Why? These are escalation machines. Anybody who talks about these games, it's you suck, skill issue, go play something else, scrub. Okay. I guess you don't want people playing your game. Bye. Chrono Shot says, the skill that Lono is talking about is a must-have for a game designer. You have to be able to see and understand different points of views within your audience to make that audience happy. It is interesting that they seem to have fundamentally failed to do that in many ways, Chrono Shot. Like, even people that like the game feel like the UI and the font slop is just so unappealing to look at. But the people in charge thought that it looked cool, so, users be damned. Like, who cares if you're having a hard time distinguishing between icons and reading and having natural flow of game menus? Frick you. we think it looks cool. And Joker Quinn comes in with a single and gets us to 144. Sony's May 13th earnings call is going to be an interesting one. I guess I feel like the design of the game itself basically projects F you go play something else, which is kind of wild, if not super compelling, to a decent chunk of people. There's a weird pull to it. To me, this is what it's like, Kirk. It's like a FromSoft game. But even FromSoft decided to make their games more approachable with Elden Ring, and it paid off pretty big. So it's like a FromSoft game, right? I just think certain environments, this is a bad idea. It would be like having a bowling alley with a dress code. Go into, the suburbs where, dads and moms and families and college students are looking for a fun place to hang out and play bowling. And I want you to open your bowling alley, and I want you to call it Black Tie Bowling. It's a great business name. Rolls right off the tongue. Kind of sounds cool. I can already see the marketing with like a tie and bowling pins, and a bowling ball. The branding would be so fun. Call it Black Tie Bowling. You would not be successful, because if you're going to make people dress up to come play bowling, they're going to be like, frick you, what? No. I'm here with my kids. I'm here with my family. I'm here with my drinking buddies to bowl. I'm not wearing nice clothes. What? You're selling Bud Light and hot dogs. What? That's what this is. It's a live service game, and it's posturing like a FromSoft game. Like, get good or get out. This is the game. Take it or leave it. Okay. Huh? It's like a black tie bowling business. It's like, you're not going to make it. No one's coming in there. No one's paying for that. The small group that would aren't going to sustain your business, which is what I think this is. This is your engagement in sales patterns for black tie bowling. A peak of interest at the beginning just to kind of see what it's all about, and then slowly but surely less and less people are coming in. There's a bowling alley like that at a casino. Right. Upscale bowling, sure. That's why I said go to like the suburbs where like families and, you know, dads and moms and college students are going to be looking for a fun place to hang out. Your target audience is going to be like, this is stupid. We're not going to do that to come bowl. And I mean, you'd be strict, not like you put on some crappy tie that you got from Goodwill just to get in the door. Like literally have like an actual dress code. It wouldn't work. You are coming to a market that is full of free-to-play live service games and, you know, incumbents. Established live service games. They're the incumbent. They've got all the people already. And you're coming to that environment where it's so hard to grab and keep people's attention. And you're like, our game is not for everybody. Get good or get the frick out. And it's like, wow, that is a bold strategy. That's a bold strategy to do that in the current market. It's like going to a suburb with a black tie bowling business. It's like you're going to the wrong place with the wrong product. I can't wait till it's close to April's end and we talk nonstop Saros. I'm hopeful I can make some good content and some fun content and do a lot with Saros. I'm hopeful that we can do that. I'm looking forward to that game very, very much. As basically the spiritual sequel to Returnal. I'm very much looking forward to it. I thought only having a few maps would be bad, but it helps consolidate the player base, the player queues. That's an endemic problem to the game, isn't it, Brandon? That's going to follow them every season. You can't have a ton of maps when your player base is this small. You can't. Brainwasher attendant. If I were you, I would get caught up on everything that happened with Christopher Barrett because his lawsuit, Sony fired back and exposed a bunch of the things that he did and said. He was indeed a predator. It's undeniable. It wasn't like a comment in a break room that got misconstrued. It wasn't like a benign interaction that got reinterpreted years later. There was a pattern of just what you would label as abuse of power. It was not right. It was completely inappropriate. It was fireable. He was rightly fired from his position. Sony fired back and exposed his behavior with receipts and testimonials. And it was like, yeah, you can't do that with subordinates. You can't treat your subordinates that way. It's completely wrong. It is completely unacceptable. It is. The idea that he got sanctimonious and judgmental about some of the most benign claims ever about things that I did. It was like the fact that he got so self-righteous while being in a position of power. I never was in a position of power, and he was. These are people that worked for him, worked underneath of him. It was absolutely fireable. Sony fired back. I think his initial court case, I think his wish and his desire was Bungie won't want their dirty laundry exposed. They'll settle with me out of court. And Sony said, I'm your frickin' Huckleberry. Sony's like, we'll go to court with you, boy. We don't care. Because I don't think Sony cares about the dirty laundry. It'll help them clean house. They'll have plenty of people they can fire. F the testimonials, they published the man's text messages. Yeah, he had Teams messages and emails and stuff that got exposed. The homie 100% got what he deserved. He was banking on them settling so that the discovery process wouldn't expose all the other bad things that happened at Bungie. That's what Christopher Barrett was banking on. And Sony was like, I'm your Huckleberry. We'll go to court with you. We don't care. Because if we see a bunch of more stuff drug out through discovery, we'll fire those people too. Sony's not playing around. Sony don't care. Sony wants to get a lot of leadership out of the studio, and this is a great way to do it. Barrett's handing them a silver platter situation. Bungie basically made Sony a hunt showdown. The quality's equal or better, but the player count's almost 1-to-1, which is impressive and awesome as a niche endeavor, but also wild because Sony is not going to be happy. The other thing that's interesting about Hunt Showdown and Tarkov, Kirk, is like those games over the years like built up to that. Marathon's like at that point and falling. It's the opposite. It's the inverse. It's not like a slow build to a core audience. It's like, here's your core audience and you're already declining. It's like it is the literal opposite. And it was far more expensive, more than likely, for Bungie to do this. I agree with Lono, but this makes me feel like this type of multiplayer game that I enjoy will cease to exist down the line. Maybe if they could implement Spectrum and broaden the player pool, Edward. Like, I mean, look at what they did with Destiny. They had the. I'm gonna get wound up. They had the recipe. It's crazy to me. It's like you had the recipe. You had a game with Spectrum. You had dungeons that people could solo and raids that were incredibly complex. And you had Trials of Osiris. And then you had public events and strikes. Like, you had all this Spectrum. And you were like, let's just take these two things, Trials and raids, and just mash them together. And what do you guys think? And people are like, huh? Like, what? Why'd you make this? Huh? Yeah, it's the Kirk. Kirk's come back around. I don't hold grudges. Y'all should know this. I've been treated far worse and buried the hatchet with people. Yeah, this is Hunt Showdown. Do you see what I'm saying? It's the opposite. It's like slowly but surely 8 years of building up to like a reliable floor. And then this is Marathon, like launching and then headed towards disaster. It's the literal opposite. Like, they built a Hunt Showdown in its twilight years. it's like it's on its way out and it just came out. It's like it's literally grand opening, grand closing. It's like, okay, this thing's already headed for the bad place. Sketch Bagetch with a $5 super chat. Very much looking forward to your Saros coverage. I highly recommend you read up on the Yellow King. Saros is inspired by that literature? What are you talking about? The Yellow King. 1895 collection of 10 short stories by Robert Chambers, a foundational work of weird fiction, known for its interconnected tales of madness induced by a forbidden play of the same name, which drives readers to despair and insanity. The first half of the book features the most famous stories like The Repairer of Reputations and The Yellow Sign, while the second half shifts to more romantic tales, but the entire collection is celebrated for its blend of gothic beauty, cosmic horror, and influence on later writers like H.P. Lovecraft. How do you know this? How do you know this is influencing Saros? Where did you hear this? Kirk says, what I take issue with is the decision-making. Like, why the frick can't I play ranked unless it's a work night? Who does that? Siege, Rivals, Apex, everything has ranked all the time. It's so weird, unnecessary decisions like that. I'm going to tell you something, Kirk. I speak fluent Bungie. And whenever they time gate things, it's because they don't have that much to offer and they need to make it last. It's like in the movies where the family's like rationing their last can of beans. It's like, they're not rationing it because they want to. It's because they have to. They're not rationing the playtime because they want to. It's because they have to. It's like, yeah, this ain't going to last if we let people grind the frick out of this. If we let people grind Cryo Archive day in, day out, or grind ranked day in, day out, the small group that we have that's clocking a lot of hours, they're going to be done even faster. I need a quick break. Give me 1 second. I'm back. I'm back, chat. Let's keep that conversation going. I've been having a good day with y'all. We've been having a great start to this year, man. It's just been fun. Conversations have been spicy. You know, the vibes have been good. Did he answer how he Saros is very closely following that cosmic horror inspiration. Season 1 of True Detective is inspired by it as well. All very cool. I asked you how you knew. Saros takes place on a planet called Carcosia, which is where the play takes place. Is Saros really a reference to a 19th century book? The Yellow King will be waiting for us in Carcosia. All right, hang on a second. The Yellow King, the King in Yellow. Can it also be called the King in Yellow? If I order that, the King in Yellow. The King in Yellow. Okay, I think you just used the wrong phrase. It's the King in Yellow. It's not the Yellow King. Okay. Let me see if I want to get it. Original 1895 illustrated edition. This special edition brings the haunting world into a modern era with a fresh appeal. Republished to meet today's standards, featuring beautifully hand-drawn illustrations, it enhances the reading experience. It is 161 pages, and I'm going to get the hardcover. I want this. I want to read this, like, ASAP. I can have it as early as Sunday. You have piqued my interest, sir. You have piqued my interest. Very good. What is this? How do I save this for later? My wife's got all these things in the cart. I thought there was a way to do that. Why is it not letting me do save for later? There used to be a little thing I could click. Yeah, she's got all these things. Hang on. I think I know what I need to do. I think if you go to the cart, save for later, save for later, save for later. I didn't go to the cart. I went to checkout. There's a difference. If on Amazon, you can do that. Okay. I'm going to use my points. What did you order? I'm ordering a book called The King in Yellow. It's apparently what Saros is inspired by. I would like to read it before the game comes out. I love that sort of stuff, and as a huge fan of Returnal, I'm very interested. When does the Chicken Man game book come out that you pre-ordered? Oh yeah. It's I think it's June. It was The Bird That Brings Tears or something. Hang on. Let me go to orders. Not yet shipped. The Heart of the Naga, a novel. The Bird That Drinks Tears. I will get it on June the 2nd. Yeah, I don't know if basically the guy that wrote this, The Bird That Drinks Tears, he is the master of Korean fantasy. He is often cited as the J.R.R. Tolkien of South Korea. As a fan of the Korean language, and I've got friends that were here that moved back. I miss them dearly. I'm very interested for that reason alone. Not only that, it's what that video game is based off of, the Chicken Man game that you guys remember. So there is an English translation of The Heart of Naga, Book 1. This is actually just Book 1. It says Book 1 of 1, so I don't know if there's a second book. The Bird That Drinks Tears. So that's been translated by Anton Herr, and it's being published hardcover June 2nd. So I already pre-ordered it. I was like, I want that. I want to freaking read that. So, very excited. Korean Wukong. Kind of, yeah. It's their kind of like their Black Myth Wukong. You're not playing it at all at this point? That does surprise me a little. Yeah, I have no interest in it, Kirk. There's other games. Like, I loved Resident Evil 9. I've been playing Power World with Madam. I've been playing Grind Survivors. I want to kind of look at the calendar and see if this would be a good time. If I could finish Grind Survivors, would this be a good time to do Tears of the Kingdom? I haven't gone back to that yet. I paid for the upgrade of both Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom. I'm actually half tempted to start with Breath. Like, replay Breath at 60 FPS with the update. I love that game so much. And whenever I tried to replay it, I just couldn't do the 30 FPS. It drove me nuts. So... Yellow is the color of fear and madness, hence the yellow lanterns, also inspired by the king in yellow. The old saying, what are you, a yellow belly, aka are you a coward? Yeah. I'm excited, man. There's some really awesome games coming out. Remember last week the idiot said that you hate Pearl Abyss because they were Korean? That's hysterical. Like, I can say a few token phrases in Korean because I want to go there. I would love to visit. I don't know when the next big game coming out that I'm going to want to sink my teeth into. Is it Pragmata? What's the next big release? We did this the other day. I think I've got some time, but I don't know. Paul Tassi just confirmed that Marathon was at least 200 million. Check his replies. Pragmata's the 19th. So I have a little under a month. Hang on. Mouse PI? When's Mouse PI? Hang on, I'm trying to pull up Tassie's Twitter. 200 million? So this guy says, is there any actual evidence or data that indicates Marathon cost 250 million to develop, or is that just some crap that was revealed to someone in a dream? Tassie says, it is definitely more than 200 million. I don't have exact figures, but I know it's more than that. People can trust me or not. This guy says, I don't distrust you. I am just confused where people are getting these figures. Has anyone from Bungie or SIE said anything in that capacity about the budget? If not, what math or data is leading people to these estimates? Well, they're doing it based off of average salary times employee count that worked on it times the years that it was worked on. It's not difficult calculus, boys. And Paul says, can you cite when my Bungie sources have been wrong? Listen, Paul and I have had our differences over the year, but this is a fair mic drop for him to drop. The man don't miss because he's got sources at the company. He doesn't miss. Believe me, I did a podcast with the man for years. He has sources and reliable information. People at Bungie talk to Paul. He has no reason, and neither does the guy from Alinea Analytics. They don't have any reason to say these things. They like the game. It's mind-blowing to me. Like, the guy, the Reese Elliott guy that started all this with their statistics that Paul have said are very close to accurate, they both like the game. They like it. At first it was reported that the sales were 1.2 million. Revised numbers are now 850,000 sales. That is catastrophic. Wait, where are you getting that? Where are these revised sales? What are you talking about? I thought that it was 800,000 on Steam. Marathon has sold over 1 million. It's doing fine. That number doesn't take into account any utilities and supplies that went into the development time. My bad, I forgot it's $40. Yeah, roughly 1 million copies of a $40 game. Where did you hear that they adjusted the number? It's 850,000 on Steam. Yeah, it's 850,000 total on Steam. I don't think they've adjusted the estimate. I've not seen, if somebody could find Reese Elliott's account, maybe did he adjust the estimate, or are you saying that because you misread it? Okay, Reese Elliott, head of analysis over there at Alinea Analytics. He's retweeted Paul's article 22 hours ago. Let me see if he's posted any addendums. I'm not seeing any addendums to the total. I think you just misread it. Don't these games make their money back over time? Making almost half their money back in the first week is fine. Wait, how do you figure they've already made that much money back? It's $40 and they have to give a 30% cut. 70% of their sales were on Steam. So you'd have to take, what would that be? So 40 times 0.7. So they make $28. $28 times the roughly 800,000 that they have sold. Right? $28 times the 800,000 that they've sold. What is this number? That's $22 million. How do you figure they've made back half of the $200 million? $1 million at $40 is $40 million, but it's not $40 million because the biggest chunk of their sales were on Steam that they're only making $28 per sale on. Homies, they only make 70% of the $40 on Steam, and that's where most of the copies were sold. Jiminy Christmas. They've made like $22 million on Steam. That's where the bulk of that's the bulk of where the money is on a $200-something million project. They've made $22 million. Well, they've made more than that, but the bulk of their purchases on Steam, that's where the bulk of their audience is. It's $22 million. Like, I am not a mathematician. This is not my skill set. There's no calculus here to where this game is being a financial success. There isn't. There's no way they're generating that much in microtransactions. I'm giving benefit of the doubt. No, I appreciate that, Anthony. I know what you're doing. I don't think you were like trying to do bad napkin math. It's just, homie, there ain't no way. There is no calculus here where this is being financially successful. There's got to be decisions internally being made right now about like, what do we do? How do we right the ship here? Or does PlayStation write it off as a loss and say, we can't shut it down. We simply can't shut this down. We cannot be out in the public killing another live service game. If the game dies on its own, it dies on its own. I have thousands of hours in both D1 and D2. I have no interest or desire to play Marathon. I feel like the extraction shooters are a big waste of effing time. My calculations show that the player base would need to be spending another $150 to $180 to get them to break even. Like every single person, Ginger, would need to spend that much? If it was successful, then Bungie would announce the numbers. So they've made 15% of the development costs, says Kirk. Somewhere in that ballpark, we would say. They're in the 15%, round it up and be generous. Maybe they've made 20% of the budget. There's the remaining amount they would need to make to break even. I'm telling you, I can't see how this is, how you would calculate this to a financial success. I'm telling you, it's catastrophic. You can't be their size. You can't work on something for this long and spend this much money and have these results. I kept trying to tell people that. I'm like, I don't know how you guys think that this is okay for a company this size. There's just no way. Maybe micros can carry them to 50, possibly. But the micros are set up so poorly. They don't even look good. I miss the days where you could just play a game and everyone wasn't an armchair Twitter dev. If a game is good, play the game. If the game isn't for you, don't play games. If it fails, it fails. So you're in a live stream that talks about gaming and you're like, I miss the days when we didn't do this. Like, why? I don't understand. You can't have a lengthy talk show about gaming just being like, games are fun. What game are you playing? You having fun? I'm having fun. I'm having fun playing this fun game. What fun game are you playing? This fun game? That sounds like a fun game. Like, Some of us treat the hobby with a greater level of interest than just like glib, let's all have fun. Like, I'm sorry. It's weird to be in a live stream talking about video games at a business level, at a financial level, at a player base analysis level, and to be like, I miss the days when we didn't do this. Why are you partaking in this kind of content? Sales drop off exponentially after the initial launch window, says 343 Films. If the game has sold under 1.5 million copies thus far, it is likely going to sell under 1 million more in the next month or so. They're cooked. I agree with that assessment, is that they're not going to have a reverse sales curve where this turns into a better situation. Paul is still dishing on X about the budget. I mean, the problem with living games is that the game's health matters because your investment matters and you don't want to invest into something that won't exist. This is what I kept telling people, Kirk, that were like, well, why are you talking about this? Why are you obsessing over this? Because the public has every right to know the trajectory of a game that they may or may not buy and may or may not spend money in. It's important. The pearl clutching on Twitter over High Guard and Marathon, it's like, you got a lot of nerve to act like people just shouldn't talk about this. Make sure, just keep the public in the dark about player base numbers. I miss the days when we didn't do this. You miss the days when it was easier for companies to sell you a bill of goods and mislead you? Like when I was doing my analysis of Crimson Desert. It's the same thing. It's like, well, I miss the days when we didn't do this. What, when it was easier for the wool to be pulled over the public's eye? Everything's fine. Everything's good. And you just keep spending money in Marathon. And then they rug pull you in 7 months. And they're like, yeah, there's not enough players. Oh, gee, if only I would have known this information. What's Paul saying here? Tassi's saying, part of his average salary times employees, which increase over time, but even that does not include outsourcing, voice acting, and marketing. And boy, was that some pricey marketing. I told you guys they were throwing everything at the wall. I was like, man, they're really going for it. For instance, 20 people started on Helldivers 2, which went up to 100 plus later, and that reportedly has a $100 million budget. Marathon has 300 plus people by the end, and that continues now. Games just cost too effing much, even ones you think wouldn't. My thing is less about math and more about me being literally told this. That's what's so frustrating about this situation. Paul Tassi. This is not a grifting hater. It's just a guy who writes for Forbes. And he's like, I'm a fan. I have contacts at Bungie. They told me this game was expensive to make. It was over $200 million. And you've sold a little over 1 million copies. That's a problem. What else do you want to say? They brought in like a movie director to direct the one cinematic. They hired some of the biggest names in voice acting. Yeah, they did that punked thing where they're like pranking people. That was not cheap to make. The live commercials with people in full Marathon costumes, all sponsored. Yeah, all the sponsored Twitch streams. What do you think they paid Peanut? Remember when we started finding out what Apex paid people to play Apex Legends? What do you think they paid the burnt Peanut? That homie probably created generational wealth with that contract. All his little future peanuts have college funds because the homie played some marathon. 100K for what? The first hour? Homies were getting paid millions. Homies were getting paid millions to play Apex. Not hundreds of thousands, millions. Sony and Bungie, man, I don't know, dude. They might have wrote some fat checks. 100,000 for the first hour. Peanuts reach and his viewership. He's the most watched streamer on a dadgum platform. That homie made generational wealth that weekend. He was getting the bag. Then Peanut didn't even play on stream because the public didn't want to see it. They don't like the game. The public rejected the game. He's an entertainer. He's got to think about that. Talk about a bad investment? Yeah. I completely defended his decision to not stream it because he hurts himself. If anytime he ends a week, his average concurrent viewership is tabulated and then used by his marketing agency or his talent agency, whoever's getting him the contracts and the sponsor deals. They're taking his concurrent averages every week and negotiating deals for him. He's literally making money in direct relationship to his momentum and his viewership. If he tanks his viewership willingly, like if he just booted up tomorrow and he was like, yeah, I'm just going to do a face reveal and put Lego sets together, he would tank his viewership and all of his contracts would be significantly hindered by that. So like, you can't just be like, yeah, I'm going to play Marathon because it's fun and screw my audience. That would be detrimental to what he is doing. You make hay while the sun is shining. In a couple of years, it won't be Burnt Peanut. It'll be somebody else. And he knows it. If he doesn't know it, somebody better be telling him, you won't be up here for forever. Ninja wasn't. Kai wasn't. Nobody stays up there forever. You make hay while the sun is shining. You push that pedal all the way down until the wheels fall off. And then you can kick back and do whatever the frick you want. That level of independence and freedom, everyone wants that. Duke, thank you so much for 33 months over there on Purple. We're 5 away from 150. Somebody going to slam this home and steal it? I owe 3 members to YouTube, and I owe 2 to Purple. One person can really rehabilitate a game's reputation. Co Carnage has done wonders for Crimson Desert. Well, Crimson Desert has done wonders for Crimson Desert. People are praising the speed with which they're patching, but the speed with which they are patching is because they knew all these problems existed. They were already working on all these fixes. Everyone loves Crimson Desert? No, it globally has like a 75%. Its score is improving, but plenty of people don't like it and don't think it runs well on console. It does not have an impressive score. It does not have an everyone loves it score. It has like a mid-70s score globally across PlayStation and Steam. Yes, they're fixing it, and I hope they can get it into a much better state so that even the people on console can have a good time. But there are still significant performance problems with it on console, and the controls still need to be totally overhauled. It's an interesting paradox between the two games. So many Destiny streamers would kill their streams doing something else. Now stream Marathon like Peanut and you get negative remarks. I'm not sure I understand what you're saying. People were very worried that it was going to be like a Cyberpunk on console. I mean, have you seen the footage from Series S? It basically is. It looks terrible. 80% on Steam now. Not globally. You keep looking at your region. You got to look globally. It's not an 80% on Steam. It is a 76% on Steam globally. That's a fine score. That's an improved score. But you also have to remember, in the first day, all the negative reviews that thought it ran bad, ran poor, couldn't run it, glitches, bugs, crashes, what have you, they all refunded and their scores got pulled from the aggregate. Like, that'll purify your score really quickly. Tons of people just bounced. They were like, this is bad. This is not what I expected. Astacross is probably going to be one of the few people that can do whatever he wants with Marathon or Future Destiny, because he's that guy. He's him. He's the Bungie guy right now. He is. And props to him. He took over the directory. All the people that thought they were going to take back over the directory realized that they weren't going to. And he did. And he was the only one in the group that deserved it. It's funny how things work out. The only one with integrity and honesty got to take over the Destiny directory. As it should be. Cross is killing it right now with Marathon. Yep. He's having that moment. He's having the moment of where, like, well, this is the place to come and watch this, you know. This is the place to come and see it. He's the guy. He is him. He's the Bungie guy. Like, they're going to come to him for coverage and honest feedback and, you know, and vibes. $200p is still good retention, though. Seems like people are getting used to the controls in the UI. Well, what's happening, Faffer, is exactly what happened with like Force Gaming and Fighting Cowboy. If you can get through those tough moments and those tough hours, Crimson Desert's a feast. So it's basically a single-player MMO. It's why it's pulling MMO numbers. They built a single-player MMO, and if you can get over the rough onboarding, it's a feast. It's a huge game. I watched Force Gaming's video where he found that spear in that random mountainside or whatever, and I was like, that's exactly what's going to keep people playing. It's a single-player MMO. Like, that's really appealing to people. You just have to get over the controls, some of the performance issues. I mean, again, PC has a distinct advantage. It can turn off ray tracing and get significantly better performance simply by doing that. The console performance is just, it just isn't defensible. In 2026, you shouldn't have to play a game at quality mode. What are we doing? Yo, it's good, Isaac. I don't know about honest feedback. His takes are a little skewed. It's a complex thing. It's a complex thing, okay? When I was streaming and playing Destiny 2 and there were flaws and there were problems, you know, it can be really easy to be like, you know, things will get better, things are okay, let's trust them and be patient to fix things, when, you know, you're taking home a teacher's salary every 30 days. You know what I'm saying? When the viewership is banging and the memberships are banging and the money is that stinking good, you can't divorce that from your mind. I'm talking about myself. There ain't no way. There ain't no way. You make six figures in 6 months and try to not have that affect how you kind of, your mood and your optimism and your outlook about a game. When you're the guy and everyone's coming to you, it'll 100% affect you. It doesn't mean you're not being honest, but it's in there. You're a human being. How could it not? How could it not? I make a teacher salary, that ain't good. Smooth jazz. I'm saying when you make what a teacher makes in a year, in a month, it'll shade the way that you think. I don't think I said that as clearly as I should have. When every 30 days you're pulling home what a teacher pulls annually, it's going to affect what you think. It's going to affect your demeanor. You're looking at your kids. You're looking at a house that's been paid off. You're looking at all sorts of stuff thinking, oh my gosh. Like, I thought you said a month. I just didn't say it quite right. I said a teacher's salary in a month, meaning the salary, the whole year, like in a month. You know what I'm saying? You're pulling home 50 grand a month. It's going to have an effect. You know what I'm saying? It'll put you in a pretty good mood. It puts you in a pretty good mood. You want to stream. You want to play. How could you not? That's the trajectory I was on in 2020. Every month higher, every month higher. Boom, 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 boom. In 6 months, I was passing what I made the previous year. It was ridiculous. When it's that good, it put a little pep in your step. You don't mind streaming for 10 hours. Crimson Desert will grow. I haven't bought it because of the price. I think Crimson Desert could have a 2.0 moment. I think it's going to require two things. I think they've really got to figure out how to make the controls feel like just a solid action game, because as it stands right now, you're still having to really eat around the fat. It's still very clumsy. If you're playing on console, they're also going to have to figure out performance. It just isn't good. You shouldn't have to do a bunch of fit changes and refresh rate this and 40 FPS or 30 FPS that. No, I ain't doing that. No. 40K a month and everything is fine. Yeah. And people wonder why they took me out. When you're in the top 1% on the platform, people start feeling a certain kind of way about you. 2 weeks of grinding and I finally beat the compiler. Can't wait to test this new gun out. And it's gone. Some scrub jumped me. That's right. That's right. I agree. The controllers are the main reason I didn't buy it. Base consoles need help for sure. Oh, yeah. Yeah. I can't imagine playing it on a base PS5. Imagine going from like Yote and Death Stranding 2 to Crimson Desert on a base PS5. Like, what? Like, ugh. Like, what are we even saying? What are we even saying, dude? It's not acceptable. It's not acceptable performance. Cross is cool, but he glazes Marathon like it's a second coming. I don't know if that's a fair summary of the man's coverage. You know? I don't know if it's a fair summary. I want to try it, but I will most likely wait for a sale. I also think it's different, like what Kirk is saying. When you get to play all the content and go into the cryo archive and have a team and get the entire experience, it's going to affect your opinion. You know what I mean? Like, that doesn't make him incorrect or dishonest, but it's going to create, I think, a bias. Now, is that bias leading to dishonesty? No, I don't think so. But it's leading to a different conclusion than you're coming to. If you get to go all the way to the pinnacle and you get to do the dope thing and get to have that amazing experience, I don't know. It's going to change your opinion on things. 100%. Like, I remember people kind of saying that to me. It was like, well, you get to do the dungeons and the raids, and you always have a group of people that know what to do, where to stand, and how to play it. That's really affecting your judgment of the game. Yeah, that's true. That's fair. It does. But I'm going to be real with y'all. Nobody can fake it like that. Not for hours on end. You can't fake enjoyment. You can't. You can push through pain and frustration when the viewership's good and the money's good. You can push through. But you can't fake enjoyment. Not to that degree. Not to that long. Ain't no way. There's no way. There's no way. He's not faking. I think he's having a good time. I think being incredibly successful as a streamer is playing a role in having a good time just as much as having a really good team to go through cryo with. That's going to change his experience. It will. Zinto says he's self-aware about it. He's talked about how his curated team experience won't be the same as others autofilling or playing solo. Of course. Yeah, I have nothing but respect for him. I think he's an honest person. I think he's a good man. I think he's got integrity, and I think he's winning where so many other people failed, and he's winning because he does the right thing. I think that's what happens. I think he glided over all the nonsense with the Destiny streamer community, all the crap that happened in the wake of 2020. He wasn't on the in crowd. They tried to take him down. They tried to go after him, claiming like he broke NDA or something. Bunch of jealous suckers tried to go after him. And he just kept doing his thing and just kept going. And he's had great success because of that. As a streamer, what tells you can point out that someone is faking enjoyment? I'm saying that you can't. I think you could do it for like an afternoon. I don't think you could do it day in, day out. That's what I'm saying. He's not faking enjoyment. He's having a genuine good time. He's being honest. I'm saying you can't fake that. You could do it for an afternoon and like pretend to have fun in a game that's not really for you. But you ain't doing that day in, day out, week in, week out. The game's been out for 20 days. He's not faking. He's having fun. He made it blatantly clear he was having his fill with Destiny 2. It was getting to a point where he wasn't having fun anymore. He made that clear. He'll do the same with Marathon. Yeah, it's not possible. You hit that wall and you can't fake it. I couldn't do it in Destiny. Remember when I crashed out doing the frickin' cookie grind for that one event? I just was like, I'm not doing this. I couldn't do it anymore. I couldn't put on a smiling face. I was like, I'm not doing this. This is crap. And I bailed. Bailed on the event, didn't do another element of it. Not another second of my time. I had my fill. I was like, He loves being sweaty spaghetti. He's in his bag. Yeah, you cannot fake enjoyment of Cryo Archive and Marathon and PvP and Marathon. You can't fake enjoyment of that. It's not possible. Imagine me trying to do it. I couldn't do it. You can fake it if you're getting paid enough. If they offered me $1 million to play Marathon for 8 hours a day for a month, you would know by the second day that I wasn't having a good time. I just wasn't. Let's make it more extreme. Because Marathon, I could probably find a way to enjoy it. A fighting game. Lona, you got to play this fighting game 8 hours a day for the next month. If you can do that, you're going to get $1 million. Oh, I could do it. Just thinking of my children alone would get me to grin and bear it. But you'd be able to tell. Like the second day, you'd be like, this man's in hell. Like he is not having fun. Just because you can't do it doesn't mean other people can't. Are you insinuating that he's faking his enjoyment? Is that what you're insinuating? Like, I don't think you can fake it at length. I think eventually the veneer cracks. These aren't professional actors. They're just entertainers. They're just streamers. I don't know of a single streamer that could put on the performance day in, day out and fake it. I just don't think so. I don't think the average person could do it. You got to be like a professional level actor to trick people. It's a skill issue. That's right, Brandon. I don't know. Peanut gets paid a ton and said he is bored with Arc Raiders and doesn't play as much. So money isn't always a way to fake it. Exactly. And the thing about Peanut is Peanut needs to be having fun for those entertaining juices to flow. It won't work if he's not having fun. His mood has to stay up and peppy in order for him to crack the jokes, in order for him to do the bits. You can't do that if you're bored or not having fun or getting burned out. He's been changing it up. He's been playing other games, and he's still just as dadgum funny. He's a gamer that likes to play games, not only in it for the streams. He's been playing only games he's having fun with for the last 2 weeks, not his main popular game. Yeah, and that was a really good call. Catch me up. I read that many streamers didn't stream Marathon because not enough views. Yes. Yes, Ninja spoke rather frankly about this. I've always appreciated and respected Tyler. I think he's a very honest guy as well, right? I feel like he's gotten a lot of unnecessary criticism over the years. I think he's one of the nicest guys I've ever met. I've told the story many times. I met him at the Destiny 2 reveal, and that homie ordered a round of drinks, and he toasted all of our channels and wished us all the best. He grabbed the right glass, because that homie's career changed after that. And it wasn't with Destiny. It was with Fortnite. He's a super nice guy. And he was very honest about this with the respect to viewership. Like, when your viewership takes that kind of a hit, the average streamer is just not going to press on. It's damaging to what you're trying to do and build. This is a momentum environment. This is an environment where you need interest and buy-in and repeat visitors. You need those things. You don't get there by burning it all down because you want to play a game that, you know, that your audience doesn't want to watch. I've worked with some creators that are amazing at fake it till you make it, says Creature. You, sir, absolutely suck at fake it till you make it. I can't get you to pull it off for 20 minutes. Yeah, I can't. I can't do it. I'm too see-through. Like, I'm just too transparent. It's like you can just tell if I'm having a bad time. Cross has described it as Marathon has gotten me into extraction shooters like Destiny got me into looter shooters. I could totally see it. He got the bug. You can't fake that. I watched some of his reactions. I was like, he got it. They got him. He's got the bug. It's kind of like this. Remember when Jake Baldino said that he disliked the first 8 hours of Crimson Desert? Remember? And I said that the average gamer wouldn't do that. The average gamer wouldn't keep going. Jake Baldino did because he was reviewing it. That makes his experience somewhat anomalous, somewhat atypical. It's like most people aren't going to do that. It'll get good. I bet you around the 9th hour, I'm feeling better. No, the average person's going to say, I'm out in an hour or two, okay? So Jake Baldino, being a reviewer, played the game in a pretty atypical way. He just kept going. I did the same thing with Wu Chang Fallen Feathers. I was not having a good time in the early sections, and I just kept going. Why? Because I was reviewing it, and I kind of had to. Similarly, Cross played Marathon and maybe pushed past some of those points where he would have quit and kept going, and then he got the bug. Like, imagine if Destiny 2 was banging and fun and awesome, and he was living large streaming Destiny. If he came over to Marathon and had a really bad time and it wasn't great and the audience wasn't vibing, he'd have bounced. He would have never gotten to the point where he got the bug. He never would have gotten to that point. Do you see? It's like, that doesn't make it not genuine. It just means the right recipe had to happen for him to get there. You'd be shocked, Dirge. So many 2K creators hate the game, but it's free money. Oh, for sure. When you're making that kind of money, a lot of dudes can fake it. Yeah, I can't. Lona bringing back those how-to stream instructions. I remember those in Destiny when he had instruction videos on how to get better at streaming. Yeah, I did my Twitch talks in Archon's Forge. Yep. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. My one of the things that I think has helped me and has made people, you know, at some level flock to my streams is also one of my biggest weaknesses, is that I'm just really transparent. And I've had to curb down that transparency over the years. That's one of the things that, you know, Creature has always pushed for. You say too much. You over-explain. You share too much, right? And I've curbed that way down. And I think it's helped. I think vibe and overall buy-in and sentiment has improved because, like, you know, I'm just vibing and focusing on the show instead of all the other things. Ula Tech says, with no momentum, do you think that Marathon can have a Rainbow Six Siege moment and bring in a lot of people after launch? You think PvE modes would be enough, or what else? Loving it and don't want it to die. I appreciate that, Ula Tech. Here's the challenge with trying to get it back. Here's the challenge. Yo, thank you for the VIP, Jazzer. He says, do the thing, people. Yeah, we're just chilling at 145. That was amazing. It's just waiting for somebody to bump it. Here's the challenge, Ulatek. I don't know if they're going to be able to justify the bandwidth to do that. I think it would take a lot of work. New modes, new content, new enemies to fight. Like, if you're trying to do a PvE thing, I think you're going to need you're just going to need a lot of man hours and development time and bandwidth and money. And I got news for you. I don't think they're going to do it. I think they're going to say, allocate whatever bandwidth is necessary to ship all planned seasons, and then after 2026, I would say it's a question mark, because it's like, at that point, maybe they can divert attention away from it. It might not even make it. I just don't know. Like, I look at this and I think, is it going to even make it to the holidays? Is it going to even make it through the summer? This is where 70% of the purchases live, and it has not stopped declining. It hasn't settled into a predictable floor. And keep in mind, this has been happening while people were waiting for Cryo Archive to show up. So it's not like Cryo Archive happened and then the decline started. Like, well, they were steady and had people like getting ready, grinding, and buying into the idea, and then Cryo Archive happened, and then people kind of started declining because they kind of had their fill. It's been on a steady decline leading to Cryo Archive. That is a worrisome thing. I don't know how you, like, I just don't know how you justify it, especially if internally, I think internally, they're staring down the barrel of PlayStation saying, in order to keep you around and to not shutter your studio or to not lay off 700 people and strip you down to a 100-person support studio for Marathon and maybe other live service influence and input, if we're not going to strip you down to the studs, then you need a big project, which is, I believe, is Destiny 3. Right? I believe is Destiny 3. I believe they've entered into a publishing agreement with PlayStation to build Destiny 3. If that is the case, then Bungie is thinking about deadlines, deliverables, betas, quality checks, because PlayStation's not playing around. They're not playing around anymore. It's like Naughty Dog had to do, 7 weeks of crunch to get a demo ready for PlayStation. Bluepoint didn't have a good enough pitch after their idea for a remake of Bloodborne. Once that got rejected by From Software, they didn't have a good enough pitch. Shut them down. 1 year after they started the studio with Jason Blundell, shut them down. PlayStation's not messing around. They're like, listen, if you can't hit deadlines and have a good concept and something that we think is going to be successful, then you're done. And Bungie's in that shadow right now. If they've entered into a publishing agreement to do Destiny 3, that's what they're thinking about. Do we keep screwing around with Marathon? Or do we get to work on the game that could save the studio? I'm not trying to be a doomer. I'm not. We're facing the cold hard facts today. That's why this is a reality check. The numbers hit. Tassi says they're accurate. Tassi has contacts at Bungie who have told him the budget was higher than $200 million, and they've sold a little over 1 million copies of the game. What do you do? What do you do? Rip Bungie? No way they have the war chest for Destiny 3. They don't have to have the war chest, Ulatek. I believe they have entered into a publishing agreement for Destiny 3, meaning PlayStation will fund the development of the game for the next 3 to 4 years. Keep the doors open and nail it. And I think what's happening in June with Destiny 2 is the last hurrah. Last hurrah. And then it's all in on Destiny 3. The irony, the only thing that can save Bungie is the thing they were trying to get away from. Yep. Do you trust Bungie to make a successful Destiny 3? With the right leadership, of course I do. Yes. I'll tell you why. If they actually do it without having to support Destiny 2, they could absolutely nail it. Launching Destiny 2 is a disaster because they were also trying to maintain Destiny 1. That's a terrible way to build a game. It's the reason they didn't want to do Destiny 3 with Activision, because they knew it was going to be another horrible split bandwidth situation where you were going to get like basically a horrible launch game. So I think they could. I think if they literally just stopped doing almost anything for Destiny 2, buckled down, and build a Destiny 3, think about everything that they've learned, all the lessons for the last 12 years that they have worked on Destiny 1 and 2. I'm telling you, it could be seismic, it could be monumental. They could nail it. Now, obviously, if there are people at the company that are like, I don't want to work on a Destiny, you got to find them somewhere else to be. But there could be plenty of people at Guerrilla or Bend or other Sony studios that might want to come over to Bungie and work on the next Destiny. Get some new blood in there. Get some new leadership in there. Yeah, the road led back to Borderlands for Pitchford and Gearbox. Imagine if Infinity Ward tried to go away from COD. Good luck. Judging on how they've been running Destiny 2 as of late, they haven't learned much. Right, but James Wolfgang, you have to diagnose what happened. It wasn't like they lost their way and didn't know what to do. They ran out of things to do. That's just too long. It's too long. Destiny 2's been out for almost 9 years. Just Destiny 2 has been out for almost 9 years. It launched late 2017. That is such a long time for a game to be out. So they ran out of ideas, and you've got to remember, James, they pulled people off of Destiny 2 to work on all these incubation projects. So it's not like Destiny 2 started to suffer because they didn't know what they were doing and they suddenly were bad at games and suddenly bad at making games. It was they were doing the thing that I'm saying, don't do that. Get everybody on Destiny 3. Stop working on Destiny 2. Stop it. Build a game from the ground up based on everything that you learned from the launch of D1, everything that you learned from the launch of D2. They could easily launch a Destiny 3 in 3 to 4 years, and it could easily go another 10. Easily, based on everything that they've learned. They could. The hype would be incredible. I don't think anybody can bring what they bring. They're the only ones that can scratch that itch for a lot of people. They just do something with shooting. They've got that thing. Final Shape was too conclusive. Of course, yes. Yep. That was another aspect of just losing players. If they launched E3 with the Portal, I don't see it living as long as Destiny as a whole. But they're not going to do that. That's what I'm saying, James. I just don't... I think they've got everything they need to build Destiny 3. They have years of experience. They have all their failings. They have all their successes. Even in the twilight hours of Destiny 2, they've been learning some really, really good lessons. Somebody just got unbanned on Twitch after 4 years and 9 months. I know that feel, bro. I know that feel. They've already owned that the Portal was a mistake. Yeah, I don't think these twilight hours of throwing things at the wall is like indicative of like what they're going to do in a Destiny 3. I just don't think so. Destiny 3 with PSSR 2 enhanced? Yeah, maybe. It's not even about that. It's honestly not even about that. It's about finally focusing on one game for 3 to 4 years and nothing else. They have not been able to do that ever. Think about what happened with Destiny 1. Joseph Staten's Supercut gets rejected. They chop the game up into pieces and delay the game for a year. So instead of launching in 2013, it launches in 2014, okay? Then from 2014 to 2017, they're also simultaneously trying to get Destiny 1 back to a good spot with things like the Taken King and, Rise of Iron and other pieces of content. While they're doing that, they're also trying to build Destiny 2. They've never had the chance to just be like, stop everything. We're only focusing on a Destiny, and it's based on everything that we've learned. They've never had that chance. I want them to have that chance. There is something special about what they bring to shooting and what they could bring to a Destiny. And it would be a crime for them to never really have the shot to dig in for 3, 4, maybe 5 years and build just an amazing Destiny, just rich with content and rich with systems and loops, and create in a way where there's elasticity baked in, longevity baked in. They can add content. They can do seasons. For Pete's sakes, they've never had the chance to do it right. They haven't. Boy, they got close a couple of times, right? When they were working on Destiny 2 and they had Vicarious Visions doing things like the Menagerie and stuff. Boy, they got close. But they've never had the opportunity to just build the game from the ground up with all the knowledge, all the history. How long until we see repeat behavior? I don't know, Neo. I don't know. I'm not that pessimistic. I think a lot of what happened with Destiny 2 wasn't like, we're dumb, herder, we don't know what we're doing. It was, man, we've been doing this for a decade or more. We're running out of ideas. This guy says, I think people jump on the hate train before playing the game themselves. Sure. A full drop-in replacement is already planned. I'm not quite sure why Detective Seeds is tweeting that. I don't know if he's in the stream. The full drop-in replacement, that was something that Cerny said last year. The update that just landed was what Cerny was talking about. They're not going to replace PSSR. That was a complete and fundamental misunderstanding of what he said last year. People were saying that they were going to replace PSSR with FSR. The drop-in replacement quote wasn't from a recent interview. It was from the interview last year. What they just did with PSSR and what he just did an interview about with Digital Foundry, PSSR is not being replaced. It's being continually upgraded. So when you buy a PlayStation 6, it's not going to have PSSR replaced. It will be the newest and best version of PSSR. He's got the timeline of quotes. It doesn't seem to flow right to me. He said the drop-in thing last year. The update that they just pushed out, that's the thing that was quote unquote replacing PSSR. Really? Well, guys, we've been going for over 4 hours. I was actually getting ready to call it and go to Green Room, and we're well off topic. So we're going to go to Green Room. Make sure and smash the like button. Become a member. If you want to come to the Green Room, all you have to do is sub on Twitch or become a member on YouTube. All right? Click the join button. $5 a month. $5 a month gets you a badge, gets you emotes, and it gets you into my Discord. Okay? But have you guys tried Rook? That's right. So consider right now on YouTube helping us with that goal. I know a lot of folks on YouTube don't do memberships, and they think it's like begging or something. I actually think we handle memberships really well here. I don't try to talk about it too much, and we have a lot of people that gift. But if you want to support directly, that is how I do this full time. So, and it also lets you continue. Like, you get to come into the Discord and continue into the Green Room segment, which is a stream with me in the Discord where we talk about the next day's show and the content plan. Okay? Appreciate you guys so much. If you want to look behind the curtain, come with us. If not, we'll see you tomorrow.